Monday, August 19th. Ms. Banks, would you call the roll?
Thank you. Mr. Land?
Yeah.
Mr. Moss?
Here.
Ms. Seymour? Here. Mr. Percassi?
Here.
Mr. Frazier?
Here.
Ms. Jordan? Here. Mr. Simon?
Here.
You have 7 members.
Thank you. Before we begin, I want to make a clarification. Apparently, there was a misunderstanding going back to our meeting of July 15th. I got feedback that I did not want the Finance Committee to consider the Evergreen Road project. My reasoning only was that I thought the whole council would want to be in on the discussion. It was not to, I was not attempting to avoid the Finance Committee. I just thought this is something that we all want to weigh in on. And certainly any committee, finance or other, the chair can call a meeting anytime they so choose. So just to be clear on that, I thought it might be a duplication of effort for the administration. I've since heard that the meeting was really quite a workout, that there were a number of unanswered questions. So it was a good thing that it went to the Finance Committee so that we have new information tonight, or additional information for the questions that surfaced at the Finance Committee meeting. So I just wanted to clear the air on that. And one other announcement, I didn't go to everybody, but very, very exciting news for Lawrence Tech today. They received from an anonymous donor the largest gift in their history, $20 million donation to the university.
One what?
Yes, one anonymous donation, $20 million.
Is it designated for something?
Yeah. I have a sneaky suspicion it's coming from Microsoft, because it's in honor of Richard Marburger. And the fellow that they gave the honorary degree to from Microsoft went to Lawrence Tech in high school. I wouldn't be surprised if it was typed from Microsoft, but they'd have to be anonymous, so you know. But anyhow, that's great news for the university. They're, as you probably know, they're on a $100 million capital campaign. So this is a huge leg up for them. So we have an unusual meeting tonight in that it's going to be a meeting on wheels. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Charette, and I understand there's a bus waiting, and the audience is... We can all get on there. Yeah, we can all get on the bus.
Okay, briefly, by way of introduction, at the July 15th Committee of the Whole meeting, the Council President advised that when staff was ready with the numbers for the Evergreen Road project, referring then to the reconstruction of Evergreen Road for 10-mile road to I-696, staff should bring the numbers forward. In the interim, we received a summary from OHM, which is included in your packet, dated August 8th, indicating that the reconstruction of Evergreen Road from 8 mile to 9 mile, a project we had been pursuing one way or another since 2005, was now on the fast track to receive federal funding. It is my pleasure to indicate that both projects can be accomplished, and we will still have approximately one-half of our LERP fund balance, approximately $2.3 million, available for future matching fund opportunities. The Mayor and City Council are to be commended for their continuous support of these projects, and city staff, along with the engineering firms involved, are to be commended for their due diligence in the development of these project plans and the cost analysis that will be presented this evening. The general concept of caution in utilizing the LERP fund, Local Improvement Revolving Fund, was aptly demonstrated by the sudden ripening of the 8 to 9 mile federal funding opportunity if and only if we could come up with the matching funds in a hurry. Within the overall context of caution in utilizing LERF funding, city staff and the engineering firms, OHM for 8 to 9 mile, and HRC for 10 miles to I-696 are prepared to discuss both the financing strategy and the design features of the two projects. In previewing these projects with the Council Finance Committee on August 6th, the 10 mile to I-696 project, and August 13th, the 8 mile to 9 mile project, brief bus tours are utilized to discuss major elements of each project and to follow with a general discussion of a recommended approach to the use of LERF dollars, cautious and mindful of future opportunities. The detail of the cost was still a work in process at that time of the Finance Committee meetings. These figures are being presented and are up for discussion in full detail for the first time this evening. This approach of financial detail and a more in-depth bus tour experience by the full council will provide all elected officials with the same background information for purposes of discussion this evening. We will be seeking consensus on the financing plan and the design of both projects this evening so that the engineering firms can go forth aggressively to secure the federal funding and take all necessary steps to begin construction, with the goal of 2 first-class projects completed on time and within budget. We are all looking forward to the ribbon cutting for these long sought-after major streets projects.
Mr. Lamb?
I noticed the area stopping at 10 miles. What about 10 miles to 11 miles? I was under the impression.
Later date. We can talk about that now, but we do not have the federal funding.
10 to 11.
10 to 11 we do. I thought you meant 11.
10 to 11.
Yeah.
8 to 9 and 10 to 11.
That's the
I
big
thought
one.
you meant 9 to 10.
No,
That's
8 to 10.
69, and 10 to 696.
It's 696 is 10.
It's both on there.
There's 11. No, that's
696 is 11.
The lot.
No,
it's
not there.
That's a lot.
No, not the lodge.
Okay, that's a misunderstanding on my part. You should put down 11, I can't read.
Okay. Well, sir, we're back to you, and you're going to turn this over to...
OHM. We have a representative of OHM.
Sure.
Could you give your name for the...
You want me to
Name
give
and
an overview of the
address?
project? And my name is Mark Locke. I'm the project manager here.
And if you give your business address for the record, please. Mark.
Hello all, thanks for having me tonight. My name is Mark Locke. I'm with OHM Advisors. This address is 34000 Plymouth Road, Livonia. And I'm going to give you a little update on the project and where we're at here. We're about to submit final plans here coming up at the end of this week to MDOT for a final review. The project is about a $4.8 million project as it stands right now. It includes the complete reconstruction of the roadway, which means tearing out the roadway right down to the dirt and putting a brand new roadway in there. We also are adding a new water main system from 8 miles to 9 miles to replace the old system that had a history of breaks and it was problematic to the city. So we're replacing that, and we're putting in a new storm sewer system. We'll be adding curb and gutter to the roadway, so this will involve putting catch basins in and storm sewer system in the ground. So gone are the ditches and swales and gravel shoulders that you see out there today. The road isn't really changing too much. It's going to stay 5 lanes at 9 mile like it currently is. It's going to then narrow down to 3 lanes, and in most cases out there, there's a current 2-lane road out there. It's just a northbound and southbound. What we're adding is a center left turn lane for all the driveways and businesses that are on that street, so they won't have to turn from the travel way. And then the road will actually go from 5 lanes at 8 mile down to 4 lanes. We're actually getting rid of one of the lanes there that we feel is not needed. So we'll a little narrower there. We'll have basically a northbound lane, a southbound lane. There's a center turn lane. You can't turn left on 8 mile. So we're going to build a decorative island at that location. In that unused lane, we'll have a welcome to Southfield type of sign that the city will put in. eventually, but it'll be a, decorative aesthetic feature that we're putting in there. And then we'll also have a right turn lane going southbound on Dayton. So that's your 4 lanes that the road will be configured. It'll be a concrete roadway, 9 inches thick, blue egg base, and built per current modern standards, and it'll be a nice improvement. Sidewalks both sides. We've done a lot of talking to the residents out there. We've needed grading permits and various other type of approvals for some of the residents. We have to do some grading on private property, and most of the people are real excited, and that's one of the things they're most excited about is the sidewalks. There's gap sidewalks out there currently. There's a lot of people that have to walk on the lawns in certain homes to get from one end to the other. So they were told about the sidewalks. That was one of the bigger things they were having to see.
I'm thinking might be able to enjoy, avoid one leg of the strip, you pretty much described it.
Mm-hmm.
But, we're doing some work with regard to the, cooperation with, our RASA. Fred, you wanna just, the memo that you, wrote to RASA?
This Thursday, the RASAC board will consider formally adopting that island for maintenance and such. We've also asked them for a capital contribution towards the cost of the landscape planning, the irrigation system. I don't know what that final number will be, but there will be a commitment to maintain the island to the city standard, as well as some sort of capital contribution for the planting and the plant materials that will go in the island. The island will start approximately 5 feet off of 8 Mile, run 100 feet in length north, and will be the width of the center turn lane.
What's your pleasure?
I know there's a couple of questions. I have a couple. I know Mr. Lance has asked to speak, so.
You didn't mention turnaround. Oh, can it be turnaround?
Turnarounds.
Roundabouts.
Roundabouts?
Yeah, roundabouts.
There will not be a roundabout in this project. That's the other project from 10 miles to 11 miles. We'll have a roundabout. This project is just a 5 to 3 lane road going from one end to the other. There will be a couple traffic signals included in this job, replaced, but no roundabouts with this project.
It will be,
With the other one.
well, I'm against roundabouts, you know. I'm gonna fight you on it.
I wanted to ask you, at Midway, going south on Evergreen, there is a pull-off lane. There's a school there, and there's a lot of traffic in the morning, obviously, school buses and so on. That pull-off lane is in very bad shape.
Mm-hmm.
That will remain, but will be replaced?
It will be replaced, correct. That right turn lane will stay with the project.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, and what about that's at Midway, and then the other, at Melrose, is there anything else planned? It's kind of a mess there where that party store is.
Yes.
On the cold spot.
Yes.
The party store looks terrible, but that's
Right.
not your issue. But their front, people just pull right up to the door.
Correct.
And apparently, somebody crashed into the building. So that's no longer be possible, I take it.
Correct.
Because there'll be a curb.
There'll be a curb there. He has room for 2 parking spaces or so in front. We're taking that out. He has parking on the side and the back of that building. And we talked to him and he's okay with that. So it'll be a sidewalk in front of his business with grass, and that parking will not be allowed anymore.
Yeah, that's a mess. Sorry? Oh, yeah, ask your question.
Did you get the issue resolved with Harkins?
We are still talking with Mr. Hartman. We spoke with him at the end of last week, and he posed some questions to us, so Lee is checking on a few things, and we're still trying to resolve his issue. But the issue with Hartman is that he has, a lot of his parking is in the city right away.
Right.
We can have parking in the city right away per the MDOT requirement, as long as it's not diagonal parking. They're against diagonal parking. They will only allow parallel parking within the right of way. So we're trying to work with him to get parallel parking. I think he has 11 spaces. We can give him 7 back. not real thrilled with losing parking. He has a couple other issues that he's working with us on, so, we're still negotiating, talking to him, this week, hope to resolve it.
Another question I have is, how far back from 8 Mile will this, the island that, Mr. Zorn talked about, where does that start?
Well, we've been having
White
some
Locker?
conversations with MDOT on that, on how close we can put that island, and it's probably gonna be more like, I'm gonna say 10 to 12 feet from the edge of pavement. It would be the north edge of pavement at 8 Mile, coming back. What we're gonna do is allow the pedestrians that cross there to cross in front of the island, not on the island. We don't wanna give people the impression that it's a good place to stop and hang out, because it is narrow and there's cars on 8 Mile and Evergreen on both sides here, so we're trying to get them to complete the crossing and not stop on the island. So we're pulling it further north to get out of that pedestrian crossing. It'll start right there. So it's probably 15 feet or 10 feet or so.
Will it, and your next, will it look similar to, what we've got at Lasher at 8 Mile?
We are not putting any signs up at this time. What we decided to do is not do any landscaping with this project. Anytime you do planting with an MDOT project, it makes it real complicated. It delays closing the project, and there's a lot of complexity involved with that. We talked to the city about doing that after the job is built, getting the sign put in, getting a landscape put in.
Then that's where, Rossack comes in? And maybe we get a welcome to Southfield sign.
That's part of the
That's what
discussion.
we're doing, yeah. We will provide irrigation conduit, so we don't have to obviously dig the road up.
Okay, so that will be irrigated.
It will be irrigated.
Okay, Mr. Perconti.
Yeah, Mark, in your letter that was dated August 8th, in that, basically the last paragraph, it stated that, to utilize the funding, the project must be dedicated by all requirements for the project was dedicated by MDOT by August 23rd. My question is, if Parkland isn't settled, by the 23rd, is that a problem?
Well, we'll have to make a decision this week on what to do with them. We need to show something, and the city owns the right of way, so you, in theory, could cut his parking lot off or remove the pavement, do whatever you want, that's your parking. I need to talk to the city and see what action that they want to take if he refuses to sign this, but, we can move forward with the project, because we don't require anything from him. I think, in talking to the city, I think we want to work out a win-win solution for both the city and Parkland, and that's what we're trying to settle.
Does council have to take action after you negotiate with them, or will the plans be ready to be approved by this council? And I'm looking for the time element that has to be, those things that have to be done by the 23rd.
Right. Our deadline is we have to turn in a set of plans on the 23rd. We have 2 weeks after that to make any final changes or corrections. So I think it's September 6th is the absolute drop dead date that we cannot touch the plans anymore after that.
Ms. Seymour.
Yeah, when you talked about the, that little island,
Yeah.
that's 8 Mile coming back, 10 or 15 feet. So the sign wouldn't be right at the edge probably, but it'd be close to the edge. So that means people going down 8 Mile, going, west, would not, you'd have to enter Evergreen to see the welcome sign to Southfield.
Correct.
I was hoping it would be a little closer to the, to 8 Mile, but I guess, what's it gonna be?
You know, one option for you would be to put something on the northeast corner. The city did get some additional right-of-way donated from that property. So you could, in addition, you could put something there.
Well, a lot of people don't realize the difference. I think they're still in Detroit. I mean, I was excited about having a welcome to Southfield sign there. If we could do something, I think we should look at whatever else we can do, at least.
I'm not sure MDOT will allow you to put anything there right away for 8 Mile.
No, I understand that, but if we could put something close to the corner, at least let's look at it. In addition to the one on the median.
Well, I know you've been down to 8 Mile and Lasher, and that looks very nice. commercial, research park.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right, Mr. Charette,
I'd like to just point out.
this is just an information item tonight,
Right.
correct?
Well, we're looking for consensus on both projects. I'd like to point out what the financing situation is.
Sure.
It's on page 2 of the letter. We footnoted it. We can get this one done with $700,000 out of the alert fund. And most of this can be paid by the water and sewer fund, which is in a strong posture for public works projects because of how they have accumulated infrastructure money over the years, and this is their portion of the project that can be attributed to improving the water and sewer system. So this one, I think, is pretty clear. It's a standard project, and it's an improvement in the appearance of the city, improvement in the walkability of the city, and an improvement in the look of the city as people enter from 8 miles. So we can take a tour, but this one you might not really require.
Yeah, it might be a good thing. Would you like me to go around the room, the table now, and just get it okay, or do you want to wait? What's your pleasure?
Are we approving the numbers that are here at the bottom, or are we
Just
approving the
conceptually, I don't think we have, are these charge numbers?
These are our estimates.
Yeah.
And,
So they're fairly hard.
This is what they're submitting to the authorities. So these are good numbers.
So what is the approval to request?
We're just getting it's not a vote, it's a consensus to move forward.
On 8
So,
to 9?
with the project.
On 8 to 9?
8 to 9 only, right now.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
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 And I say yes. So, we can get rolling on that. Okay?
All right. So we'll save you want to do both sections out when you go out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. It'll only take a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be.
Evergreen Road is good, once you get past 10 miles. I drive it all the time. Mayor, you had something?
My question was, is this vote for the inspection from 10 to 11?
Yeah, no, this is just 8 to 9.
And what's the timeline for 10 to 11? Since we had a timeline of the 23rd.
End of September, and could speak to that. Gary,
Yes, the plan turn in for the grade inspection is September 26th.
Okay, so the council would have to make a decision by then?
Well, we have to design whatever you decide, and so we will hope that we're going to get an answer tonight, because we only have about 6 weeks left to do the design to be able to submit the drawings.
So when are we going to discuss 10 to 11?
I would suggest after the bus tour.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Charette, then I think we probably want to recess, correct?
Well, we're gonna continue the
But
meeting.
we're going to make it mobile.
Yeah, yes, we are.
And everybody's welcome. We're not meeting in secret or anything like
Do we
that.
have a big enough bus?
We're getting on the bus.
Are we getting a big enough bus?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there may be some folks standing out volunteer.
You may have to send us something, right?
If I could, since everyone's getting on the bus, could you have the council and the elected officials in a section so we can hear each other and talk?
Well,
So
I think
it's
the
not
answer is you get on first. You get the reserve seats. Yep. We want people to be comfortable and everyone to have the same information, so.
All right, then, let's go.
You're our tour guide.
That's right.
Get that out of your way.
I guess.
I would like to
I was surprised to see it.
And, And what we're going to do is, we have a lot to discuss with what we've just seen with Evergreen Road, but in consideration for the people that are sitting here, we are going to go into our 7 o'clock agenda. So technically, Ms. Ward, do I need to adjourn the 5 o'clock meeting and then reopen the 7?
Yeah, that was a special meeting, so we
Right.
can adjourn that one and
That's what I
reopen
thought.
that.
So,
Just make a motion to adjourn, for the council president to.
I'll just rule that it's adjourned. We're now adjourned. I'm now calling the 7 o'clock regularly scheduled committee of the whole meeting for August 19th, 2003 to order. Do we need to do roll again, or okay?
Mr. Perkins?
Here.
Mr. Fraser?
Here.
Ms. Gordon?
Here.
Mr. Lamb? Mr. Moss?
Here.
Ms. Seymour? And Mr. Seibert?
Here.
You have 7 members present.
Okay, we're going to get right into this and try to keep it moving as quickly as possible. First item on our agenda is an informational presentation on the Southfield activities of rebuilding together Oakland County. And I think it goes to Mr. Comerford or Mr. Comerford? Mr. Comerford. Sir, the floor is yours.
Just one of these slides out. Okay. While Mr. Comerford's getting set up, he is the facilitator for the activities of rebuilding together in the city, coordinates the effort and helps it run smoothly. So he's going to introduce the subject, and we have some guests that he's asked to appear this evening to give us further information.
Thank you for giving me a few minutes here to share with you some of the success and also some of the future plans that we're looking at doing in Southfield. Tonight we have the president of Rebuilding Together, Mary McKay, and CEO, Del Iskowski, and also I think the future president, Gail Fraser.
All right, Carrie, you're going to have to talk a little louder.
Okay.
Until the microphone is...
Okay, just want to go through the slides, and if you have any questions, you can answer them at the end of the presentation. Rebuilding Together, Oakland County. This is a presentation to the City Council, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here to share this with you. Our mission is to bring volunteers and communities together to improve the homes and lives of low-income homeowners. And I'll get a chance to go through that and show you what we've been doing. Rebuilding Together came to the city of Southfield in 2005. We did 2 projects, 2 homes. The following year we did 4 projects, and we started to form a steering committee. The following year we had 6 projects. And Jerry McKay was pretty aggressive, and he kept pushing. He wanted to do more every year. So the city kind of got a little more involved in the steering committee, and we were able to produce a few more projects. And you can see through 2008, all the way through 2009, we were able to continue at a pretty good pace. In 2012 and 2013, we did 8 Southfield projects on the rebuild day, and the rebuild date is it's 1 day a year. It's the last Saturday in April, and it's a good time of the year because things are starting to happen with Mother Nature, and people get energized and they want to do some work to their home, and it's a great time to get people involved out in the neighborhood and start working, because this is a large volunteer-supported program. Also in 2000, this past year, we had 4 minor home repair projects. And basically, that's a project that it takes not more than 4 hours to do, and we have some volunteers that can come out and either install a door, repair some roof leaks, replace a toilet, those kind of things. And this is a little bit about the income and the homeowners that we have served. They're making less than $16,000 a year, and the average is 2 people in the home. So that's pretty low income. So this is where we get how our program functions and where we get our funds. 2013, we had a $10,000 grant from CDBG. We appreciate that, and we're extremely thankful that we got a raise this year for our next year project, up to $30,000. So we're really excited about that. Other cash donations came in at $13,000. We had in-kind materials, donated materials from different sources. Hanson Windows is one of the donations. They donate windows for us. Masco donates cabinets, and then we have the volunteer service in-kind value at $62,200, and the professional time donated at $9,000. Now there is a standard formula, national standard, for figuring the cost of volunteers based on what they do. So that's why you can see that the professional is at a higher rate. And you can see overall here that we took $10,000 and turned it into $101,000 of value that was added to the city. So that's a $10 return on every dollar you invested this past year. Now, this is a breakdown of cash sponsors, the city of Southfield, naturally, Charter One Banking Corporation, ITC, Sears, and Honeywell. Each one of these also sponsored their own project. As we go through the slides, you'll see the different homes, and there'll be a sign out front. They'll have the sponsor's name on the front. And at the bottom is the in-kind donations. Falls Tree Service gives us a really good deal on tree removal. Waste Management is a blessing because they come pick up all the garbage you put out of the curb. Other projects in other cities, they have to buy dumpsters to bring them out, and that's a cost that we're saving by having them do that. The plumbers and electrical unions, they donate their labor. They can pull our permits. Lowe's, we buy most of our materials from them. Then you see Hanson's Windows, Franco, they're great for public relations with us. And then Sterling Development, that's a general contractor who will provide us with a carpenter crew if we need it. And we have used them. This is just a sampling of what we did last year as far as the rebuild day in green and the minor home repair project in purple. So it's kind of like runs on a diagonal right through the center of the city. And this is a sampling of what we've done from 2010 to 2013. We've got like 23 rebuild day projects, 11 minor home repair, and then the 2 nonprofits is the Southfield Senior Center and the John Brace Community Center. Am I loud enough? Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. Now we're getting into some of the extra projects we did. This one is on Mulroy, Hope United Methodist Church. Mayor left, but this is her church, I believe. They got a team together and they provided painting, hanging some doors, and some landscaping outside. Transfiguration Church. That's another Southfield church. She got quite a bit of work done. She was one of the projects where we had in-kind donations from Sears. I should say Hanson's. They donated the windows, and Sears paid for the installation of them. She was a Korean War vet. She got some repairs on her bathroom. Her kitchen had an update. They bought her a new stove, some exterior painting, and yard cleanup. And this is her quote that she mentioned that with all the bad news and cruelty in the world today, it's great to see such good works in action. And she's having a great time. She just was very excited about this. You mentioned your church first. Didn't want you to miss that. They're a great team. And you do a great job for us on the kickoff. And then St. John Lutheran Church, another Southfield church. Hazel's husband was a veteran. He passed away from cancer. We got her ceilings replastered. That's not drywall, that's actually plaster. We got a plaster guy working with us. Painted the interior, installed new lighting. Here's the Honeywell team. You notice the red shirts are the leaders, the house commanders, and they're out there supervising. It's a team. It's run through kind of a military chain of command. So everybody has assignments, and everybody stays on their assignment until they're done. That's why we can work so well and get so much done in a day. So this homeowner, she travels around the house. She needs a wheelchair and a walker to move through her home. So she got a wheelchair ramp built. We widened several doorways and replaced doors to accommodate her wheelchair. Repaired floors to reduce the slip and falls. Installed some grab bars in the bathroom. And the outside, you can see they're working on the soffit. There was a lot of rotten soffit around her house. And they removed 4 overgrown trees. I don't know if that was a fall tree service.
Right.
Of that? Yes. Greenfield Presbyterian. They're in Berkeley. They had a Berkeley team, but they have a Berkeley church, but a lot of their parishioners come to Southfield. So they removed the trees, rebuilt the front porch, did landscaping, planted some flowers, and did some painting and installed some new gutters and patched the ceiling and repaired it and painted it. This is the Eaton job. The Eaton Corporation is a very staunch supporter of rebuilding together. They usually come up with 2 teams a year and very generous donations. This is a mother and son that lived in this home, and they did some painting and also cleaned out her drains, did some plumbing repairs. And this is the ITC sponsored home, a couple senior citizens living there. You can see the work done there on the floors. She got a new toilet, a new stove, and some new vinyl flooring in the hall and the bathroom. St. Alexander team, single parent there. She has some children, and she got a new dryer, replastered her ceiling, and they replaced the front steps and the yard work. And I came by and I caught her at her house when I was picking up the tables, and she couldn't believe it. She said, "My spring work is done," you know. So the whole outside of her, they got her flowers planted, and all the gardens weeded. She was really excited about that. Now here's an example of minor home repairs. 4 hours of labor. Managed to paint the outside, patch the leaking roof, electrical. I think we must have
Not all in one repair, this is many repairs.
Okay.
An army on that one.
Yeah, this is not just one house. This is some of the things we do throughout the city. All these things were done, but not just at this home here. But she was very grateful too. Here's one of the guys, Ronnie Smith. He's 59. I think he's much older than him, so I think he's lying about his age. He's from Westland, comes all the way in to participate in our minor home repair, and he's replacing a toilet here. Bank is the sponsor for that. And thanks to their donation, we were able to help out 35 homeowners. And that's across the county area. Now, the future for Rebuilding Together. We're excited about implementing our neighborhood revitalization program in Southfield this year. We haven't done that before. The program they have done in Pontiac, but we want to do it, and we mentioned this earlier in the year to the council, and we're real excited about it. It includes a number of congruent streets, parks, and individual homes. So we kind of want to take all the volunteers we can get into the John Grace area and try to make the biggest impact possible that we can. And so this is going to involve a little bit more different type planning. We're going to probably have to survey the neighborhoods and see what some of the things that we can do and what the neighbors would like to see. So Southfield Rebuilding Together has developed a special relationship that other cities don't have. We have a connection with the community, and we have support not only from the council and the mayor. We have dedicated churches, we've got homeowners, and people from other cities coming in here. And it's allowed us to, we haven't rebuilt, have to change that term, we've repaired over 50 homes. So we got a 9-year history of working in Southfield, helping needy residents. I think we've made a great impact, and you don't see that from this table. You don't see that from sitting in the office, but you go out there and you see how they feel when these volunteers show up and how excited they are. And I don't know who's more excited, who's more happy, whether it's the volunteers or the homeowners. But they're extremely happy because most of them are senior citizens, they're low-income people, and it's a big shot in the arm to have somebody come up and spruce up your house and clean it up in a day and make a big change in the way things are. So we have a strong commitment to Southfield, and we want to keep it that way. We've been working on growth, and I know there's some excited people within the city offices here that are looking at getting on a team and having a Southfield City team this year. So we're going to try to help in that way as well. What can the city of Southfield do to ensure continued success is continue to fund Rebuilding Together with GDP job dollars. Spread the word about Rebuilding Together. Part of spreading the word is we've got some flyers. I got some here tonight. They're back on the counter there if you want to pick one up. There's also some copies of the presentation here if you want to take one of those with you. We want to develop a team of city volunteers. You can join an existing team, if you would like, and you can also donate cash to the charity. So we need planners, we need planters, we need painters, positive people, parishioners, and promoters, and anybody in between. Like I say, it's a one-day commitment. For most of the people working on that work day, there are people who have to do inspections, interview the applicants, find out what they want, what they need, and then start ordering and making plans to purchase and schedule people to do that. We have to fit people with the need at the house. So if we have some plumbing and electrical to do or a roof leak, we got to get people with a team that has qualified people to do that. It's just not, you just can't throw people at a house and expect them to do things they're not skilled to do, nor do something that's not done right and look good. We do a survey afterwards, after the after the dust settles in April, and they all came out, from 1 to 5, they all came out rated us as 5. And that shows that we got a pretty good team of people working. Sure didn't turn out all that good, but we just want to thank our many sponsors. And that kind of tells it all right there. It's people helping people. And I don't know who's, like I said before, I don't know who benefits the most, because volunteers are excited to show up, and they interact. They don't just show up and work, they include the owner into the project. And it's just a great time.
We have a couple of questions from council members. Mr. Moss is first, and then Mr. Lance.
Sure, this is great, great presentation, especially given that we see the CDBG dollars come. We have a list of programs that we're funding, so it's nice to get more information about one of the specific programs that money goes towards. Can you talk maybe a little bit about how does a resident get involved? They've suffered a hardship, they need help in their residence. Is there a screening process? I see it's growing, which is a good thing. What's the capacity that Rebuilding Together can maintain? Is it a certain amount of major projects, a certain amount of minor projects? What's more of how do you interact with the residents who need the services of Rebuilding Together?
Well, we do have a screening process. It's similar to the SHIP process. If you want to come in for a Southfield home improvement loan, you fill out an application, then they verify your income, okay? And that's what we do. There's a little bit of flexibility there with this, it's more so than SHIP. But the type of work we can do doesn't get as technical or as big of a project. We haven't put a new roof on a house yet. We can't put a new sewer line in from the house to the street. We can't build a garage, although we can take one down. We've done that a couple of times. So there's a website on the handout that I left. They can go on that. They can call the office in Farmington Hills, fill out an application. They can go online, fill out an application, and submit it. And then we just do the interview. We go out, and if they qualify, then we just do an interview with them in their home. We ask them, what is your wish list? What would you really like to see us do? We can't do everything, and we have a kind of a ceiling of how much money we spend on a house. Obviously, we can't spend the same amount of money on every house because we're all different, needs are different, so we work with them to try to get them what they need.
Okay.
We've never turned anybody away, I don't think.
All right. Mr. Lance?
I think it's great. I think it's fabulous. It's important to do good work. But you have a figure up there for 15,000 income, 15,859. I don't believe they could support a house with this money. Mortgage, gas, electric, all incidental. Where do they get money to support the house if they can only afford 15,000 acres, a little below 16,000?
Good question. That's what it comes from the applications, so we're just not pulling that number out. But that's what the numbers are.
Well, tell me how they support their homes on $16,000.
A lot of them are paid off.
How?
They're senior citizens. A lot of them have paid their houses off, and so they use their monies that come in to pay their grocery bill, their prescription bill. And you're right, it's not much money to go through their daily needs, and that's why a lot of them.
I don't know how they can afford it.
A lot of people are just struggling by, and they do. Now, because we talk about this all the time.
Are there any forfeitures in those houses?
We won't work on a house that's going to be in forfeiture, because we can't.
16,000, it has to be.
There are people who lose their homes, yes.
Yeah,
But
I figure that.
part of the deal that we work with
They
is
help?
they have to have their taxes paid, they have to have insurance on their home, and we help them pay their insurance, and they have to be together.
Well, that's really good, it has to be, but how do they do it on less than $16,000 a year income? It's impossible.
Believe it or not, there are many, many residents in Southfield that are doing that, and they're mostly senior, single citizens who have their house paid for, okay? Sometimes it's a couple.
Okay, even if the house is paid for, there's no mortgage,
No mortgage,
taxes,
no mortgage, right.
food,
They still have
clothing,
taxes.
medicine,
Yeah.
health insurance, I don't see it.
Well, I would add to that, that they also have family members that do help with this in some cases.
Oh,
They help us on the work day, some of them come in, and some of them provide other things for their elderly parents. But yeah, you're right, it's a long stretch.
That's not the right answer.
I wish we could give you that answer.
That's one we can come up
I
with right
don't
now.
see, I see poverty. I
Mr.
see you
Lamb?
building them, what?
Mr. Lamb, they have nothing to do with the ownership of the home. They only go in to repair the home.
No, I'm not questioning that. I'm
Okay.
questioning the income that they need to get that home.
No, they
support
already,
it.
they already have the home. They're living there. They're
Okay.
already there. They're not buying it.
Okay, but what does it cost?
What cost?
This income, does that cover the whole?
Well, Mr. Lance, they're just there to help them
I'm not
repair
talking
things.
about them. I'm talking about the people who have in their homes,
Yeah.
and they only need $15,800 in
Well, that's
income
something we
to
can't
get
answer.
this home.
We can't answer that, Mr. Lance.
Well, that's an important thing.
But we can't answer that. We
I know
don't
you can. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, if I might, Mr. Lance, that's why we're there, you know, they're falling behind in the
You're not
maintenance
paying
of
their
their
expenses once they're in the house.
No.
You're
They're
paying
already
for
there.
repair.
We
I know that.
We just go in as a charitable gesture.
You don't pay for their food, you don't pay the health care, you don't pay the electric or gas. I don't see how they can manage on $16,000 a year.
Well, they're getting basic repairs. That's not part of their expense. They don't
I'm
have to
not
worry
even
about
talking
that.
about that. Health care, food, electric and gas, their own needs. Come on. They can't live on this.
Apparently they're doing it, apparently they are.
People do everywhere.
Well, they're suffering.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it's a huge problem.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, we're doing very good for them
Yeah.
when they're in poverty.
Not to be unconcerned, but we need to move on, okay? So Mr. Frazier is next.
But I didn't get an answer, and I know I won't get an answer.
I don't think we can
We're
answer.
the sugar daddies, we're the millionaires.
Mr. Frazier?
Yes, one of the things that you said is that an entree into this program is they can go online and get a form to fill out, but there are a lot of people that don't have access to online. How would someone that doesn't have a computer or access to a computer or even know that this program exists, where do they find out about the program, and how do they apply for the program if they don't have a computer?
Part of that is part of our program. I didn't mention that there are city departments working with us on this, the building department. You know, we do interviewing, inspections. We used to do a lot more than that, but staff has dwindled. But the chore program, Denise Glintz, she'll refer people to us who are on her chore list. Cable does a great job of filming the event every year, as well as some of the major networks here. So we have public relations people that are out there on the workday interviewing. They're shown on the major news stations.
Human Services, too.
Yeah.
And Human Services.
We even advertised in the Southfield Sun, and they just call our office number, and we get an application
Okay.
out to them.
That's the kind of information that I was
Yeah.
looking for, that for people that don't have
Right.
access to a computer or understand how to use a computer.
Right.
And I have applications in my office. We visited the churches. We've gone to some of the churches. Actually, you know, a lot of these people don't want people to know.
Of course.
So.
They have pride too.
You know, yeah, and it's, so it's not easy to find them. But that's why what can we do is make referrals.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
I have a suggestion. Why don't we establish a fund to be able to be given to people who need it? Food, we have.
That's what Human Services does.
Not enough.
Probably not.
Probably not, never is.
Never is, right. But there are funds that could be established to give these people help when they need mortgage or electric. I know, for example, that electric is turned off in many homes in Southfield. Okay, many. And then when they do pay the bill, the electric is not put on for 2-3 days. I know that too. That's another problem. I think the city should get involved in that. Well, what's the use? Maybe I'll be a millionaire one day.
All right, is there anything else? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah, I would just like to say that, you know, this really enlightens everybody, the work that's being done that they don't really give credit to. And I want to thank all of you that work so hard in this effort. It's really amazing what can be done. Amazing.
All right, Ms. Lawrence?
I know that the presentation captured it, but I'm out there every year, and the excitement of the team is amazing. They can't wait to get started. These are individuals who have no skin in the game. They just want to make a difference. And what they're doing here is because of the economy and giving is down, they have continued to stay attached. I want to thank you so much because you're truly making a difference in Southfield. And some days we have good weather, and some days we don't, but they're there every year. And increasing of the homes has been a wonderful experience. And just thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I thank you, Carrie, for keeping Southfield, keeping us on the map with this program. Because when I first heard about it, there was a lot of other cities involved, and I've watched it grow. And thank you so much for your leadership in this thing.
Well, on behalf of all of us, thank you very much. And we did triple the grant this year, so I think we're showing our commitment and appreciation. I don't know if you gentlemen want to make any comments, but
just one quick comment. Out of all the folks we work with throughout, we work with, I don't know how many, 21 communities in Oakland County. This is a community we love working with. We make it good for your folks, the people who come. And anytime we get a chance to talk about our work with Southfield, we tell them how great it is because you offer folks an opportunity and service no one else does. And you make a difference in people's lives. Because there are people who, as you say, are hurting, they need help, you provide a way to go. And so we appreciate working with you because Carrie's with us over here. The mayor comes out, Abby's out, you know, folks are out and about helping this community. It's not just with our programs all the way through. So thank you for being engaged in the process because that's what makes the difference here with us.
thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Thompson, when you get a chance, turn the lights back on, and we're going to move on to the item number 2, the Southeast Michigan Crime Against Children Task Force and the Southeast Michigan Financial Crime Task Force. Council, you'll remember that we discussed this at an earlier meeting, and the Chief is here to give us an update. So, Chief, the floor is yours.
All right, good evening, Council President, Council members, Madam Mayor, city officials, and members of the public. I'm here this evening to inform Council and to ask for Council's support in regards to the police department's participation in a multi-agency task force. The first task force is the Southeast Michigan Financial Crimes Task Force, and that task force is represented this evening by Special Agent Jeffrey Everly from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and from Detective Sergeant Edward Price from the Michigan State Police.
Could they come up, please?
Yes, sure.
Here we are.
Pardon me, that? correction, these gentlemen are from the Crimes Against Children's Task Force. And this is Special Agent Jeff Evergreen, and we have Detective Sergeant Edward Price representing those agencies. And the second task force is the Southeast Michigan Financial Crimes Task Force, and that task force is being represented by Agent Greg Lasky from the United States Secret Service.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. And local law enforcement agencies can no longer simply limit enforcement efforts to their geographic boundaries and expect to control crime and quality of life issues. There are now complex criminal networks that use a sophisticated mix of technology and resources, and they make it very difficult for any single law enforcement agency to tackle these problems alone. Therefore, collaboration among law enforcement agencies is critical. We have to share knowledge, information, and resources. And that's the reason why the Southfield Police Department currently participates in several different task forces. We have officers in federal and county task forces dealing with drugs and alcohol, and that's what this is about tonight. The first issue is financial crimes. And the Financial Crimes Task Force is a multi-agency, federally funded group comprised of federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. The task force is based out of the Novi Police Department, and the Secret Service representative will shortly explain the particulars of this particular task force. But we are proposing to place a Southfield police officer into this task force. The officer will physically be housed and located in the Novi Police Department with his task force. However, this officer will still retain his normal caseload, so there will be no reduction in services to Southfield citizens. The officer will still continue to make frequent visits to the police department and update the police department and the city on all issues that are going on with this task force. All of the overtime that the officer incurs related to this task force will be reimbursed to the city. Financial crimes is one of the fastest growing crime segments in the country. It's critical that we collaborate with all of the agencies who are involved in this. Typically, a financial crime that occurs in one agency is linked to several different agencies. Therefore, sharing of information is critical in tackling this problem. So I want to introduce and bring up the representative from the Financial Crimes Task Force, Special Agent Evergreen, to talk a little bit more about this task force. Yeah, you're up. I'm sorry. We got Special Agent Lasky, who's going to talk about the Financial Crimes Task Force.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you for having the opportunity to come here and talk for a few minutes about the task force. My name is Greg Lasky. I'm the Assistant to the Special Agent in charge of the Detroit Field Office, Jeff Frost, the United States Secret Service, and my current assignment is the Supervisor of the Southeast Michigan Financial Crimes Task Force. Our current makeup is obviously the Secret Service. We have an agent from DHS-HSI, which is formerly known as ICE, Immigration and Customs. We have detectives from Novi, West Bloomfield, Royal Oak, Troy, and now we'll obviously be welcoming Southfield to join the group as well. As the Chief has said earlier, particularly here in Michigan, as everyone knows, because of the economic situation here, not only Michigan but nationwide, financial crime has really exploded, and particularly organized groups doing credit card fraud, identity theft, bank fraud, money laundering. It used to be more centralized to one person maybe doing a bad check or getting a hold of someone's credit card. Well, what we've seen trending is that it's gone to organized groups, and because people are so technology savvy these days, they can, within several hours, put together a group, get credit cards, checks, or what have you, and do several $100,000 worth of fraud. Basically, if you took a road map out and just hit places, you can almost follow it on the road map and see how these groups are operating. So our task force
that's what our main focus is to go after these organized groups who are doing damage to the community here, not only nationwide, but particularly here in Michigan and to these local jurisdictions. And what we found is that many of the local jurisdictions, police departments, are already working cases that we have people identified in. But by bringing everyone together in a task force format where we can exchange information, we're able to get a hold of these groups a lot quicker and try to put a stop to what's going on and hopefully save everybody's pocketbook a little bit. One nice opportunity for the detective that's assigned to us is somewhere down the road, we will be sending that person as a representative of the United States Secret Service to our computer forensics lab down in Hoover, Alabama. This detective will then be trained to become a computer and cell phone forensic examiner. So not only benefit task force, but also back to the police department, say there's another type of crime occurs and there's electronics involved. This detective will be able to take that computer, run the forensics on it, and look for evidence. Same thing with the cell phones. I know pretty much everyone carries a cell phone, not under a 10-year-old kid. Well, a lot of those things are being used in crime. So that's a nice benefit. It's about a $40,000 training class, and then the Secret Service will issue that detective a set of forensics equipment that will be his equipment, and we pay for it. It'll be that detective's equipment forever to do the forensics for whoever needs it done. Other training opportunities as well. Any type of training we have in the field office here, we bring all of our local counterparts in and offer them the same training that our agents get. One thing I don't know if the chief touched on is the arrangements we've had with the other police departments. In the event Southfield would have some type of large incident here, God forbid, a school shooting, whatever, we're authorized to come and assist. All the chief would have to do is call me. A dozen or 14 people in the task force, we would come over to wherever the problem is and assist however we can. So we're trying to get involved in not only just Oakland County, but get a little more deep in the community in particular events. In a nutshell, it's pretty much what we do. I could get into case particulars, but I don't want to bore everybody with that kind of stuff, and obviously some of the stuff is open investigations that we really can't talk about. Any questions?
We have a question, Mr. Moss.
I have a question for the chief that can wait till the end.
Oh, okay. Question, Mr. Fraser.
Yeah, I do have a question. And you're talking about the bank fraud, bank card frauds?
Yes, sir.
I hear periodically that there's devices that the thieves use that they can walk past you and scan your card in your pocket. Is that true, or is that a wives' tale? Or?
There is some technology like that exists, but it's not, there's a little bit of Hollywoodization with that, should I say. It's not quite that simple, but there is some type of technology like that out there.
Okay, I know that periodically I see advertisements for aluminum credit card cases that said, this protects you from that Hollywood type thing.
Believe it or not, sir, I got one in my pocket right now. That's just me. Yeah, the bigger thing really to look out for, I'm sure everyone's familiar with iPhones, iPads, the Cube device that can be placed on those. You really don't want to ever be out in public somewhere and give someone your credit card and have them swipe it on a Cube device. That's just like holding your credit card out the window and yelling everyone the numbers, and here you go.
Oh, wow. I see so many people doing it.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but it's just a trending now with everything being so technologically advanced. It's easy for businesses to operate that way. However, they're not looking at the big picture, and if they don't have a real secure network at their place of business, it makes it very hard to control that type of stuff.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Jordan, I have a question.
Is it the goal of the department to have every city in Oakland County a part of the larger network? Is that the goal?
We go to meetings that everyone's at. What it really comes down to now is physical space where we're working. We don't physically have enough space to provide a workstation for everyone. If it gets to the point where we get that large, then we'll probably look to relocate to a larger facility. But right now, our facility's kind of full. We do work with the other departments. We actually have a very good working relationship with Chief Hawkins in Southfield. Our polygraph examiners actually do a lot of work for the department here on other cases. So Southfield was identified as a department that we would want to work with just because of professionalism of the department and the way they go about their business.
I think Ms. Jordan's question is, are other communities contributing to this? We're contributing a person, and you named some of the others, but there are, 20, 30 some communities in Oakland County, isn't that what you're going?
Yeah.
Yeah. We also look at the size of the departments. Some of the real small municipalities, for instance, Franklin, very small municipality, they have some stuff go on, but it's just not realistic for us to get a member from that department that size. We need, because there are resources here also that'll benefit us because of the largest department size. So that's why we kind of look at the larger departments first, and then we still work with the other departments. They just don't have somebody there full time.
All right, thank you.
You know, another thing that comes up, and you mentioned this forensic equipment, in the area of threats that are done over the internet.
Yes.
Where people use phony IDs and that sort of thing to intimidate, bully, or threaten life or limb or reputation. Is this equipment available for that?
Yes, the examiners we have currently with our group and also agents at our field office, we don't do just financial crimes or Secret Service cases. Our forensic examiners do all kinds of stuff. We work cases they call about homicides. The ICAC group is here, that Sergeant Price is with. We do a lot of different stuff, which I think will benefit the department. Is whatever they have, if the chief calls and he needs something on another case, we'll have the asset there to help out.
Okay.
Absolutely.
There's been a number of incidents like that here.
One last question.
Yes, ma'am.
When you work with if a bank has a fraud, do you let the bank conduct their internal investigation, or at what point do you come in if it's been multi-state fraud that has occurred with a local bank? How do you handle that?
Generally what will happen is, say for instance, my bank account, I notice I pull up my statement and I see a problem with my statement. I'll go into the bank and report it. Hey, on such and such a date I saw this, I didn't make this transaction. The banks all have investigators, internal investigators. They'll run up an internal investigation to a certain point, but they don't have authority, jurisdiction to actually press any type of criminal charges. So the bank investigators generally will take the case to a certain point. They'll notify us and say, here's what we have. Our investigators will pick it up, they'll go through it, and we'll take it on from there and take it to the point of prosecution.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, anyone else? Mr. Lowenberg.
I'm the city treasurer of Southfield. I welcome the task force from finally combining together. I think it's very, very important because I hear many incidences of check fraud, and I myself was a victim of check fraud, and I was able to catch it within the first 2 hours of it happening, luckily. And so the problem that we heard was that it happened outside of Southfield, things like that, and so the prosecutorial powers were limited and involved having to have the Secret Service, and the Secret Service didn't have any available agents at the time. Will this task force have the people to be able to press the cases and prosecute the criminals, and besides hopefully working together, I mean, the legal aspect of it, taking it to the next step of locking these people up, and enforcement as well?
Oh, absolutely. That's always our main goal. And, you know, that comes in the conjunction of the working relationship we have with the U.S. Attorney's Office. We also take a lot of cases to the Oakland County prosecutors. They've got an excellent group at their office. We met with them several months ago. They're happy to have us here because we can take these financial cases a couple steps further and still bring it to, if they don't make the federal guidelines, then we can still take them to the state level and seek prosecution on it.
Mr. Lamb.
The few words I heard you say, but most important, you're a task force, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a problem in Oakland County. I'll tell you what the problem is. There are women arrested for drunken driving. Okay. First offense, second offense, third offense. There are ways to treat these women. Give them rehab, not jail them. The judges in Pontiac jail them for 5 months. It could be a second offense, third offense, sometimes first offense. But if they're drunk, they're jailed. why are they jailed instead of giving them the safe houses and rehab and all that? Now, I went to the Oakland County Jail several times, and I see them, particularly black women, minority women. They're in one big building, in one big room. They're caged like animals, and they have to pay for everything they use. Toothpaste, everything. They have no money, and if they don't pay, they get in trouble. And once they're released, they're tethered, and they're fined, and they have to pay X amount of dollars every month. These people don't work, they can't get jobs. What is the task force supposed to be doing? Maybe helping these women or not helping these? The helping maybe, I had a meeting with the judges one day, the black judges. I asked, why do you do that? So they said, it's mandatory. I said, but you have discretion not to obey the mandatory. You can make any decision you want. They say, no, it's mandatory and they must. Now I'll tell you a problem. There's a representative of the MAD organization in every courtroom in Oakland County. And those judges look at them for votes. So they give them the most they could. We have a problem in Oakland County. Is that a problem or isn't it? You're an official.
Yeah, but
you have a task force.
That's not under my jurisdiction, sir.
Well, why? All right. So what else does the task force do?
We're a financial crimes task force. Our focus is on financial crimes groups. That's what we focus on. That's what we concentrate on.
Okay. But get to the right agency, maybe. Give them a hint.
All right, we're going to move on, although Mr. Thorne had a quick comment.
From an economic development standpoint, as we're out making retention calls and then to our banks and different businesses, is this a service that we can promote that Southfield is part of this task force?
Absolutely.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, and the banks, we go to the bank investigators meetings that are held monthly. The bank investigators actually know, and they know how to contact us, but it is good to get it out to the business owners as well, so that they know that there's fraudulent activity going on in their businesses, that they can reach out to the police department and, through the detective that's assigned to us, we'll get the information. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Moss?
Yeah, my question is for the chief. In terms of staffing and sending our police officer out there, but not taking away any officer off the beat, I guess is what you could say, and not ruining or not, distributing the caseload elsewhere. How are you going to do that? How is that? Have you figured out the staffing of that?
Yes, we've been assured that the officer that's assigned to this task force can still retain his normal staffing load. So this officer will continue to get cases, the normal cases that this officer would get otherwise, and the officer will be able to work on those cases at the Novi Police Department with this other agency. Now, a lot of the work that this task force will be doing will be after hours and on overtime. And that's what's nice about it for us is that overtime is reimbursed. So this officer is still, during the normal hours, able to assist those other officers with these other issues that they're having, but at the same time, this officer will still be able to maintain a normal caseload. And not only that, the officer will still be required to come back to the station once or twice a week, and so we can update the police department on any of the what's happening with the task force, and also to follow up with any citizens for anything related to that officer's normal caseload. And lastly, we are still going to maintain our computer crimes unit, and that our computer crimes unit works very closely with the officer who will be assigned over to Novi in this financial crimes task force. So we still have it all covered. We won't have any reduction in services in this area to the citizens by having this officer over there.
That's good to hear. It's almost a net positive, where we might be assigning a police officer elsewhere. We're not losing protection here in Southfield, but we're gaining a bigger, broader network.
Yes. We're going to move on to the crimes against children. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm very excited about our financial crimes collaboration, but I'm equally excited about the collaboration with the Crimes Against Children Task Force. And we have Supervisory Special Agent Jeffrey Everly here, as well as Detective Sergeant Edward Price from the Michigan State Police. And what we propose to do with this, Ted, right now we have 2 officers who currently work in this task force. This task force focuses on child prostitution, but also it gets into human trafficking and adult prostitution. One of the things that I've been hearing a lot of over the last 5 or 6 months from our citizens is this issue of prostitution in the city. And we've been on the cutting edge of this issue in addressing this. We've been very proactive and very progressive in attacking this issue. And we've had officers in this task force working with them for the last couple of years. What we're asking is to have this task force physically housed in the Southfield Police Department. Right now, there are several agencies that are involved in this task force, and this task force has 2 or 3 operations per month, and they sort of rotate throughout the involved agencies in terms of where the operation is based. By having this task force physically housed in the Southfield Police Department, every time there is an operation by this task force, they will be operating in our city. So we would get some preference and some deference in terms of enforcement by this task force. So I want Supervisory Special Agent Everly to come up and talk a little bit about this task force and some of the things that they do.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief. Again, my name is Jeff Everly. I'm the Supervisory Special Agent of the Violent Crime Squad in Detroit. I'm also the Program Coordinator for the Violent Crime Program in the Detroit Division, which encompasses the state of Michigan. Under that rubric is the Southeastern Michigan Crimes Against Children Task Force, SMCAT, as we refer to it. SMCAT began in 2007, and Southfield's participation, I think, has been a couple years on board with SMCAT. Our primary focus are on those crimes against children. Crimes Against Children program used to be sort of its own separate unit, if you will, at FBI headquarters, and a separate program, and within the last year came under the umbrella of the Violent Crime Program, where it most appropriately belongs. And as the Chief mentioned, we look at a few different areas of when we are looking to battle the exploitation of children. The one that is probably, that you folks may be most familiar with, that SMCAC does, is targeting and combating prostituting those individuals who will put children into prostitution. And a lot of folks who are not familiar with it are always surprised or downright shocked at the number of children. Under the federal system, we recognize anyone who is under the age of 18 years old as being a minor or a child. So anyone who is involved in prostitution who is under 18, to us that is a crime against a child. We also, as the Chief mentioned, we respond to any Amber Alert. So anytime there's a number of criteria that have to be met for an Amber Alert to be issued, and Sergeant Price could probably talk a little bit more intelligently about that. But anytime a child goes missing, basically anytime a child goes missing and there is a strong belief that that child is in physical danger, an Amber Alert is issued. And SMCAC is really, they are the subject experts at addressing and getting after that as quickly as possible. Some of the other areas that we look at are child pornography. That is, whether it's the manufacture of that pornography or the online transfer of child pornography, possession of child pornography. So those are the main areas that we look at. And as the Chief said, the task force concept, and as my colleague from the Secret Service, if he's still here, mentioned, the task force concept is a win-win. We've always viewed it that way. We have only roughly 200 agents in the whole division, the Detroit division, and that encompasses the entire state of Michigan. So that's not a lot of agents if you think about it, and we're very limited in what we can do if we didn't partner with local and state law enforcement and as well as our partners in federal law enforcement. So that has been the emphasis of our task force. That is what we're continuing to do. We look at those, again, it's a federal offense for someone to put a child into prostitution. A child cannot legally make that decision that, yes, I'd like to be a prostitute, and I'm going to say it's okay. If somebody is, for lack of a better term, is pimping that young child out, or regardless of the child's age, that person will stand the likelihood of being prosecuted federally. But one of the many positives of working in a state federal task force is there are those times when we target a certain prostitute that we suspect may be a minor, and it turns out that is not the case. It's an adult prostitute. Well, there's then a mechanism in place in the federal criminal system to address that, and that's where our partners in the state and local law enforcement with the local county prosecutors come into play. So we're able to address it that way.
Sir, could you explain to the mayor and council what Southfield's contribution to this, and what...
Oh, sure.
I assume the chief is asking for physical space, but are there dollars attached to this? Does the task force have its own budget?
Yeah, we do, and and I'm glad you brought that up. We are a federally financed task force, so the FBI pays for it. We have two, as far as specifically to Southfield, we have two officers who are assigned to the SEMCAC task force. They are part-time officers, so their overtime is financed by the FBI. We pay for that overtime. The physical space that we have, that the chief has been gracious enough to volunteer to us on the last few operations we've had, is space where we can have a command post so that when we do sting operations. The most recent one was Operation Cross Country 7, which was a national initiative targeting child prostitutes that took place with a multitude of agencies, not just those assigned to SEMCAC, but also Macomb County Sheriff and other local and federal law enforcement. We recovered, I believe, that it was 10 minors during that operation. So during a 3-day sting operation that we did based here in Southfield, we, aside from dozens of other arrests that we made of pimps and adults with outstanding warrants and adult prostitutes, and I'm sorry I can't give you the breakdown for how many that were physically arrested here in Southfield itself. Yeah, so that has been, again, what I refer to as a win-win.
So there, other than the space, there's no financial responsibility of the city or anything else?
No, we don't ask.
Bring your own equipment.
You know, what equipment we have is as far as other than what an officer's equipment that's assigned from his or her department. Yeah, that's our equipment, or I should say the task force equipment, but it's financed by the FBI.
Okay. Questions? I think the mayor was first, and then Mr. Lamb.
This may be an internal thing. I am so glad that you do what you do. I can tell you on a national level, the U.S. Conference of Mayors has made this a priority to educate mayors and make sure that we are actively engaged in destroying this monster in our society. But I will tell you that the last raid that you did, which I'm glad happened, it was portrayed as a total Southfield raid. And so it painted the city as being the core of the raid that you did. No other city was mentioned. And I know it was multi-city. And that's something, I don't know if that's internal or whatever.
And I'm sorry, ma'am, was that a press release where that came out?
Yes, the newspaper.
Because I can tell you that, and I hope I'm not interrupting your question, but Operation Cross Country 7, which I believe was 3 weeks ago when we did that, there was both a national FBI press release that was done and a state or a divisional one that was done by our media representative for the FBI's Detroit division, and both of those were very clear that this was, on the national aspect, that it was a national initiative, and that the press release that came from our press officer of the FBI was that this was a multi-agency, federal, state, and local law enforcement effort. So if that came out, and unfortunately, as we all know, the press sometimes doesn't get things exactly correct.
That was my only concern. I'm glad you did when you did. But they were standing in Southfield, reporting from Southfield, and 10 people were arrested in this raid, and it came across as the city of Southfield had all of these incidents. And they did mention it was a task force. And this just goes to the chief and whoever else. I want you to do what you do, but I don't want at the end of the day, because we're the physical location where you're reporting.
Right.
That every time there's a raid, it's in Southfield.
And through the chair, Mary, that's a good point, and we saw that. But that could, I see it as a good thing, and here's why. Prostitution, this whole issue, it's a hidden crime. In a lot of ways, it's a victimless crime, and for a lot of reasons, Southfield is very attractive to some of these individuals who are involved in this trade. And they are here for a lot of different reasons, and a lot of the reasons that good people come to this city. I don't think it's a bad thing to put the message out to these individuals who want to come to this city and engage in this illicit activity, that if you come here, then bad things may happen to you. This is not a good place. The numbers, do they look bad? I guess they could. I don't see it as a bad. I see it as a good thing. It's sending a message to these folks. Don't come to the city of Southfield and engage in this illicit activity.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that from yourself. And I have the second part of my question. And I talked to you, Chief, about this, and the task force is here. When we have repeated raids and locations, and we have had them in Southfield, where we know there's prostitution, we know that it's on the websites that they advertise on to meet their clients, is there anything legally that we can do in the city that says that if you're a known place for criminal activity as a hotel, that we can shut them down, take their license, or do something? Because it's two locations, and whenever I see the reports, and I will tell you, a large, and the chief will tell you, those physical assaults, I would say 50% of them are from the client and the professional woman, whatever you want to call it. And there has to be something we can do in the city. We can regulate, if you have a liquor license and you have criminal activity, we now can say that we're going to take the liquor license away. Is there anything, and if you can't answer that, I want to be able to shut down a person in our city who's profiting from using their hotel, and we've raided them more than once. There's got to be something we can do as a city. How do you allow a place that you know that is repeatedly having that prostitution activity, and we just keep raiding them and keep raiding them? Right. So that's a major concern of mine. In addition to what you say, we're going to get you, but you will not be able to continue to operate in our city. So if you don't have the answer, that's something I want to send the chief, and I want an answer to that.
Mr. Lance, question, not in relation to this. Do we have a task force against drug houses? Anybody?
Yeah, the FBI does not have a solely drug task force. We have violent crime task forces. That would probably be more under the Drug Enforcement Administration.
Are they active in Southfield?
I couldn't speak for them.
Just through the chair, Mr. Lance, we have officers assigned to a federal task force, the DEA, and we also have an officer assigned to a county task force that deals with drug activities. And yes, they're active not only in Southfield but in other Oakland County communities as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was going to say almost what the mayor said, and I think Chief Hawkins, I had some discussion on what the Oakland Press did, and announcing that our statistics for crime are way up, when really, over the period of time, they're way down. And And I think because we have, Senate 2, 4, and 7 here, that we get, we get these reporters at our police department and operating out of their offices here, so, it's always been a problem. And, I don't know how you resolve it, but, it seems like our newspapers make sure that all the crime that has been going on in the city is in the newspaper. And when you literally look at it, if that's all the crime you have, 147,000 people come through the city every day, and you have all the express avenues coming through the community, it's really nothing. It's just the way it's written and put in the newspaper. And, it does sell newspapers, but I really don't, it always bothers me. That's been a long time problem with them because of the stations that are here. And it makes news. So,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, that's a great observation, and we've talked about that. I've talked about that issue with a number of you, and I think two things. Number one is maintaining a good relationship with our folks in the media. We have with the Southfield Eccentric and with the Southfield Sun, we have a great public information officer in our department. And you're right, getting that message out, because what you just alluded to needs to get out. The 64% decrease in crime, in violent crime over the last 6 years in the city of Southfield. That's the message that needs to get out. And so for us, it's a matter of continuing to work with our partners in the media to get that out.
Any other questions? If not, we thank you very much for being here and for this presentation. I guess we do need to ask for permission.
Yes.
To house the task force here. So,
yes.
Ms. Ward, we don't need a little pen, just a pen. So I'll start with Ms. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Yes. Fraser.
Can you speak up for me?
I was gonna go that way, but you were talking. Going this way.
For excuses.
I know.
Can you call me by name or what?
Just you?
Yeah, Mr. Hayden.
Yeah.
I got a roll.
All right.
Yes.
Seymour, Mr. Yes, and Mr. Thompson. And I see. All right, we're moving on to City Center 3, or 2. You might as well be a 3. You're on a roll. So, and Mr. Scrooge, you're going to hit this off first.
Good evening, Honorable Council. What we wanted to do is just to bring an update as an informational item. As you recall, City Center 2 was approved the last couple of months as part of an overlay development district, and the new phase included a 2-story unified storefront, which was shown conceptually in the following rendering. Due to grading issues and marketing of the building, there's been a slight reduction in the footprint of the building itself, with no other changes to the site plan or the site circulation. We have here tonight Mr. Hassan Jawad is here to actually talk about the financing, his plans to move forward. He hopes to break ground soon. And we just felt it was important to let the council know before he does break ground that there has been a slight revision to the facade and the footprint. Again, it's a slight reduction of the footprint, and with the construction of the grade and 2 different buildings that are connected with an arcade, we're here tonight to bring you up to date on the latest changes. I got that right. So the again the.
You want it that way, or do you want it?
Is it north?
Yep, that's fine. Yep, no, it's fine.
That's right.
Okay. So the footprint itself has not changed. the site circulation, the parking are all as approved before. But the first floor has been separated due to the grading change, and there is now a unified arcade that connects the two buildings. So from the street level, you'll have a unified roof line, but the building closest to Jeanette will actually be a two-story building, and the building closest to Hilton will be a one-story building with an open arcade that runs through the building from west to east, which will provide outdoor seating. And with that quick overview, I'll invite Mr. Jawad to come forward to talk a little bit about the financing, his phasing, and why the changes were made.
Good evening, members of, sorry.
Your name and address.
Yes, Hassan Jawad, 26595, Evergreen Road, Southfield, Michigan, 48076, Tower Real Estate Ventures. Good evening, members of council, staff, Madam Mayor, members of the public. We're drawing close to pulling the trigger and breaking ground, and I thought it was important to keep you abreast of some of the updates and changes that we have made to the original plan. We actually believe that they are improvements, and they are basically being dictated, as Mr. Crode had mentioned, by a number of things. First and foremost, as Terry stated, the site plan and the footprint is still the same. The flow of the site is still the same. But we did come across a great issue, which is something we came across with City Center 1, and that is that one side of the site sits higher than the other. And if you notice at City Center 1, we obviously have two buildings. We have a common outside patio area, but if you actually go to the site, you'll realize that one building sits lower than the other. Well, we have the exact same thing, and that tends to be the way property is made up on that side of Evergreen Road. So to alleviate that issue, we went to a two-building scenario, and again, the footprint is exactly still the same, but we've separated them where one building will sit, which is the building to the north, slightly higher than the building to the south. But what we've been able to do is, because of that grade difference, we've been able to maintain a common roof line so that there isn't one building that's sitting any higher than the other. Now, what this has also done for us is it's created a positive for our site. And basically what that is in the first option that was presented to you a couple months back, we had two end caps in a single building scenario. When you go to two buildings, it's actually a bonus from a marketing standpoint, and we're able to achieve 4 end caps as opposed to having 2 end caps. The end caps are the most in-demand spaces from a marketing standpoint, and now we've been able to actually double that. What we've also been able to do is we've been able to increase our outside space and patio seating, and also not only do that, but we've also been able to create a extensive covered outside seating area, which is the area that sits between the two buildings. There is another open space that is upstairs that is being conceptually shown as an open balcony that could be closed off if we wanted to do so. But basically what's happened here is with the grading issue, demand dictating what the site should be and how the site should be, we have made these tweaks to our plan. We continue to maintain a mixed-use scenario, and we're still doing a 2-story setup on the building to the south, but we're not going to have as much of a footprint on the second-story space. And it's actually posed to become a positive from a marketing standpoint as well, because the prime prospects for this site have predominantly been those who want to be on the first floor as opposed to necessarily being on the second floor. So we want to ensure that we are as occupied as we possibly can be. As of right now, we are over 50% in regards to space that is spoken for, and the request for the end caps, the request for more outside seating, the reduction in the second story space so that there is more for those that will be frequenting the first floor tenants, are all items that we are getting input from our prospective tenants as well. One thing that it also allows us to do is, because we've split the buildings, the building to the north actually will be obstruction-free from the inside, so we won't have any oddly placed columns that are sitting in the middle of somebody's space, because this side of the site does not have a second story, so therefore we do not need to place any columns. We can span the site, and that is also another positive for prospective tenants. They want unobstructed space. They want as close to a perfect rectangle as possible. And part of our original plan, you may not be able to see it, but we had some indentations where we had extended out the sidewalk and we had put out some canopies. Well, what ended up happening with the two-story scenario is we started getting feedback from the prospective tenants saying, you're cutting a notch in our space and you have these columns that are creating an obstruction. So what we ultimately did is this plan here: minimize the amount of columns, minimize the obstructions, remove the notch, and provide them as close to as a rectangular space as possible. And that's pretty much it. I wanted to make sure.
You talk about phasing, timing with construction.
Yes. From a timing standpoint, we anticipate to have our construction plan turned into the building department probably within the next 2 weeks. And once it goes to the building department, it's in their hands to approve the plans, and we will be breaking ground. So the objective is to have the gist of the shell complete by year's end. And then we are aiming with our leases as of right now, our turnover dates and so forth to our prospective tenants is listed as April 1st. So our objective is to have it up and rolling into the springtime, and so that's pretty much.
There's a couple of questions.
Sure.
If we could do that now, unless Mr. Crowe gets something else.
No, I'm here to answer questions.
First I have Mr. Fraser.
Just a couple of questions. Those are going to be two separate buildings now?
They are two separate buildings, but from an aesthetic standpoint, because of this connection across the top here, they will
look like one building.
Correct, and even the building that is single-story will still look like a two-story building because of the height, and they will just have high ceilings.
That's a question I was going to ask.
Yes.
But will it have two separate addresses?
Currently, in our existing building, each tenant has their own address.
No.
Each tenant space ultimately has their own address, is the way our current building was done, so I'm assuming that this would be handled probably the same way.
Okay, and the last question I have is, well, the one question I had was, apparently the ones on the building on the north end has higher ceilings than the one on the southern end.
That's correct.
And the last question I have is, how much floor space did you lose?
We went from approximately 24,000 square feet to about 17,800 square feet, so about 6,000, roughly 6,000 square feet. What we've been able to do is, in the previous plan, this outside open area was a common area, except it was inside. It was a vestibule, and it was not going to be used as anything but a vestibule. And so what we've done is we've actually converted a lobby, which was an indoor lobby that would get no use, to more outside space to be used for patio seating and such. So I think it was a pretty good trade-off when all was said and done. That's why I think it's an overall improvement to the plan.
So actually, the people that have to park in back and come around and walk through the.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So that's going to be better for them.
That's correct.
For everybody.
There's a pathway there now. That's correct, as opposed to having to go around or walk through the inside of the building and come out the other side of the building. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Mayor Lawrence, then Ms. Seymour.
I just have a question. Did the rendering of the building change? Is the front facade going to be the same?
The facade is all pretty much exactly the same as it was.
So is that it?
The original plan? Yes, ma'am.
So,
Except all you've done now is this has become a outside area as opposed to an inside area, and it is now an outside patio seating. So that's correct. As you can see, we've hollowed out the center.
okay.
We've hollowed out the center to accommodate the grading issues.
Will there still be room for a drive-through on the side?
Yes.
Okay, so that didn't change?
That has not changed.
And so the footprint is the same, it's just you made adjustments to the building?
That's correct.
Okay. And one last question, we had talked about rooftop, are you still going to be able to do anything there?
We've got the balcony.
Yeah.
We do have the ability to put in a stairwell here for rooftop access, but that has not been concluded yet, whether or not. I think we've gained so much outside seating now. We have oversized sidewalks. We have this common shared patio here. We have another patio on this side. We have a balcony here.
Okay.
We've actually allocated some space because of the anticipation of a coffee type user in this space here. We've actually put additional patio space out front because it's one of the requests that was made to actually have cafe outside style seating outside of a coffee type business. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Seymour.
Can you put that back up again?
This one right here?
Yeah, the one we just looked at. The only difference really is that there's a little difference in the appearance from that, but it's fine. I mean, it works. I guess you've answered one of the questions. That middle part is going to be open.
Across here.
Down the bottom.
Yes, ma'am.
That's going to be open, that you can walk right through it, park in the back or park in the front.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I know you're working with prospective tenants, so I'm not going to ask anything that you don't want to say, but are you looking at some, obviously a restaurant at least, and like a mix of retail, not office, but retail and restaurant, something like that?
We're attempting to achieve the best mix we possibly can.
Well, it sounds like you're looking at something like a coffee, something that would be where you could have some outside vendors.
We're trying not to replicate what is already here. We're trying to bring some different types of businesses in from a food standpoint as well as a service standpoint. I can't necessarily say who.
I know it's.
But I can tell you that in City Center 1 we had a number of firsts type franchises in the state. We're going to have the same type of situation here.
Is there a kind of trend? I don't want to know specifics because you haven't had time to use them. So.
Food is the biggest draw in this corridor.
Okay.
Food is the biggest draw in this corridor.
We're hoping for a pub and grub.
Yeah. Pub and grub.
Oh.
We're hoping for a pub and grub.
We all are.
That's your assignment. All right, Ms. Seymour?
I'm done, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jordan?
You indicated that 50% of the site is developed?
50% of the space is predominantly spoken for at this point. So we were not going to build an empty building and try to figure out who was going to occupy it. We wanted to know who was going to be there in advance so that we weren't sitting and looking at lease signs.
Right.
We allowed the demand to dictate really what the final design was going to be, and from a construction standpoint, knowing who your tenants are going to be is a big benefit from a cost and design standpoint, because we can build out the space to their needs without having to break concrete or move electrical or move piping or whatever the case after the fact. And so that's why we try to get as much of our space spoken for as possible.
I understand that. Now, Lee, you said that open dining is gone, because I remember that was one of the drawing factors in the previous design, that you were going to have the open rooftop sort of dining on one of the buildings.
Well, we didn't have a balcony in the original plan for outside seating, so we actually have gained that. I'm not saying that it's necessarily not. I said it was an option. It was an option in the first scenario as well. That's a rooftop dining is a tricky scenario. The site or the building or the construction plans will allow, if demand dictates, we will have that flexibility to be able to do that if need be necessary. We try to stay ahead of the curve and try to anticipate what the next thing is going to be without having to revamp our plans. I haven't had anybody who has expressed interest in having a rooftop access type scenario, but we've built the building and we're going to build the building in such a way that it would allow us to do so if need be.
Speaking of anticipating, have you thought about that enclosed area, that open area that's got a roof over it, having heaters to extend your patio time? A lot of restaurants do that. So you go later in the fall or earlier in the spring.
I would encourage it. That would ultimately be upon the tenants who occupy those spaces, and I'm with you.
Yeah. All right. This is just an update for council because it's not quite what we originally saw, but we're pleased to hear that you're moving along with leases.
Thank you.
That's exciting.
I just want to mention, it is all within the parameters of what the council approved in the ODD.
Yeah, I didn't want spring to come and you to see something out there that was different than the rendering that I put before you. So.
Well, we appreciate that.
Okay.
Communication is good.
Yes.
Do you? Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time.
Wait, a question.
Yes, sir.
Would it be easy for you to get a consensus tonight?
He doesn't need it.
You don't need it?
No.
You've already approved it.
Oh, so, okay. Approved. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Further discussion?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to have a privileged motion to approve items 6 and 7 with the authorization to go to the Rule 10 on 6. You have the one that needs to
We're not
be,
going to have a Rule 10 on 6.
Come back on 6.
We're coming back on that.
Just needed consensus on that one.
Yeah.
7 is definitely a Rule 10 because we've got boilers we have to replace.
Yeah.
So
what did you want to do?
We're going to do information on 6, just information.
Yeah.
Voting on it later. We're going to do a Rule 10 on 7 because there's immediate need to act on those
Rule
boilers.
10.
All right, you're going to jumping to 7.
Right.
Okay. So all those in favor of a Rule 10?
Aye.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we have an authorization to solicit bids for the replacement of boiler and related systems in the Southfield Library.
It's been moved by Mr. Perkowski, supported by Ms. Jordan. Any questions or comments?
Yes.
Yes, Mayor.
The estimated cost of the funding and
Southfield Library construction. In other words, the savings that you had from the original construction.
Yeah.
It's about $700,000. We're using those down.
So is it normal for a boiler to fail after 10 years?
No.
So there's no warranty?
This happened to be a 10-year boiler. Okay, it probably should have been a different selection made by the general contractor, the architect. But the other side of the coin is the boilers now are probably a lot more energy efficient. We're going to be looking at better warranty in 10 years. There's nothing we can do about it now because it outlasted the warranty period.
Okay. Typically, a boiler lasts 25
Yeah, exactly.
years. But we need to act on this. Any other question or comment on this item? This will be handled over to the Library Building Authority, and that's how this project will be managed, and it's not coming out of the general fund. So with that, I'd like to note for the record, Ms. Banks, that Mr. Lance has left the meeting because we're about to take a vote. It's 9 o'clock. Yes.
Now, if I recall right, we have separate building authority for the library?
We still do.
Okay, so when you said it's going to be under the supervision of the building authority, let's make sure we have the right. Yes.
Okay. With that, then let's vote on this. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries at 6-0 vote. Okay, number 6, we are going to go backwards then.
Just a consensus, we need an upgrade of some cable equipment. We would like to bring this back because it's kind of investment in our information that we want public to know about. So we bring it on the next regular meeting agenda, but we want council to be apprised of it, so it makes it easier, it makes it consent item next time around. Yeah.
Okay.
And we will then initiate the purchasing process once it's approved.
Okay.
So we can start doing homework on daily.
All right, yeah, so let's go around, we discussed this a little bit before. Ms. Jordan?
Yeah, one thing, just to go show you how fast time flies. I recall that they upgraded the digital, but it doesn't seem like it was that long ago.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, 12?
Yeah.
The reason is there was one major component that we did replace. What was that thing? The switcher, yeah. But this is, there's a lot of uses to this.
Yeah, because I remember those big articles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that answers yes.
Answer is yes. Is this going to affect any live coverage of anything? You know, we've got Martin Luther King next year, I think.
Nope, everything is still on.
All right. Yes.
Ms. Freeman?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and I say yes. So you have a consent to move forward on it. All right, let's go back to number 4, the proposal for the Wolverine tractor site. This is a special use, correct?
Through the chair, I'm going to have Mr. Spence introduce this item, but it will require rezoning, and we have representatives from the prospective applicant who'd like to get some just initial feedback for the council before they proceed, and I'll let Mr. Spence introduce this item. Thank you.
Can you clarify something as well, because as a result of the council president's meeting last week, is that council certainly isn't binding itself by anything it says today. This would have to go through the normal process, but it's my understanding that the petitioner would just like to hear some feedback before they actually file formally. So it does not bind the council, and it's not intended to say that if you say, yes, we're interested in seeing this, it doesn't mean that you're voting for it.
Okay. Ms. Banks, would you make sure the record reflects that? Thank you. Let's proceed.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This particular site, Wolverine Tractor Site, northwest corner of Beach Road and 8 Mile Road, has been vacant for some time. We have had numerous proposals. Terry and I have talked to numerous people looking at possible development of this particular piece of property. Current zoning on this property is B3, general business. The Wolverine Tractor property, however, does also include the R2 single-family residential as well, basically as a buffer around the entire B3 site. The current property development, the building on the corner, as well as an asphalt parking lot. The balance of the property is treed heavily in most cases, and does provide good buffer between what is currently developed on the property and then the existing single-family residential property. Particular group, Rizzo Environmental, has approached the planning department with the possibility of acquiring the site for their use. I do have Mr. Kevin Hart here this evening, as well as the representative Rizzo, and I will at least allow them to provide you with information on a proposal for a site plan, and then explain their project to you.
And if you'd state your name and business address for the record, we would appreciate that.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Hart. I'm at 700 East Maple in Birmingham, Michigan. And I'm here tonight with Joe Newman from the Rizzo Environmental. And
we'll be able to answer any questions you have about the strategy of the proposal. Excuse me, as Jeffrey mentioned earlier, there are quite a few areas of the site that are, we have some existing, what we think are existing values along the western portion of the site that, in fact, I think I'll just show this now. Actually, along here, this treat area here, we want to keep as much of that existing foliage as possible. One of the things that during our discussion with the planning department was that there was some concern about the maintaining a buffer or even making it a little bit more pronounced from Beach Road and from 8 Mile Road to the property. As you mentioned, we are adjacent on two sides of the adjacent property, and one of the concerns we had was trying to fit in there seamlessly and try to enhance the site as much as we could. We think it's an excellent building. The building of the site itself has some wonderful value to it. To me, it's nearly an historical building that could do a lot of, I think with this little bit of work, we could leverage a lot of the existing structure and make a very attractive site there as well. One of our proposed usage is for dispatch of equipment, maintenance of equipment, and office administration. The site would have employee parking as well as driver parking for the equipment that would be dispatched. There won't be any material or refuse stored on site. Again, Rizzo Environmental is committed to keeping and maintaining an exemplary site that would enhance the community and also be a very good neighbor there. As I mentioned, one of the things that we mentioned that is a big concern is sustainability of the site. Some of the products that we want to use as we improve the site are, we want to use pervious, expandable concrete and asphalt that will allow rainwater to run through it. We're talking about using the aggregate and asphalt claimed from the site and the topsoil from the site to be either recycled into the new asphalt that's going to be laid down at the area. We talked to a few of the vendors, Nagel Paving and Angelo Iafredi, being able to reclaim probably close to 90% of the asphalt that's broken up on the site, and using some of the spoils for berm construction along Beach Road, along the east end of the site, and using an aggregate that would allow permeability and stormwater to get through the surface, and still allow the surface to work well and wear and tear with truck traffic and car traffic. One of the things we also wanted to do was to contain stormwater on the site and take the burden of any of the storm systems off of the city system by doing some underground storage, piping, and structures underneath that would allow for us to contain stormwater on site and possibly reuse it. We were talking about some of the gray water storage and reuse for irrigation, employee rain gardens, and trying to keep the site balanced so that no soil would need to be exported or imported. I think we can balance the site and create an attractive berm along here on the Beach Road side of the site. As you know, this area here has a very pronounced berm there. We wanted to sod that and make sure that it's brought out and stabilized. The entire perimeter would be high-grade concrete curb and gutter, and again, using the pervious asphalt paving is very important. Again, along the east side of the site, we wanted to have a more pronounced 25-foot green belt, and we're maintaining a 20-foot green belt along the north side in this residential residential area that's just adjacent to the north. For the exterior lighting, we wanted to use LED low voltage lighting that would be that would have motion sensors and try to keep as much of the glare and overpourage of lighting onto the to the adjacent residential community. And on the interior of the building, we think we can do quite a bit with LED lighting, geothermal systems for some of the remote office areas that we're going to be proposing, and using HVAC on the actually economizers for the existing systems for the building. Along the edge of the building, along here, we would have parking for hybrid car parking that would allow for recharging of employee parking and also visitor parking. And again, one of the things that was very important to Mr. Rizzo was that this was I don't want to say it's a pristine site, but he wants this to be very attractive and be an enhancement to the community. Some of the structures on the perimeter of the site to maintain some security was sort of a decorative metal wrought iron fence that would run along the visible areas along 8 Mile and along Beach Road specifically. We would be using a 4-foot high fence that would be positioned at the top of the berm that would also kind of screen any of the trucks or equipment from the street. Car parking along the eastern border was also suggested by the planning department to kind of further push the equipment inbound on the site, so that, making any equipment completely invisible to the public property or public passersby and automotive traffic. Again, this is the proposed uses is specifically for dispatching of the equipment. No material or refuse would be stored on site or work there, and maintenance of the equipment. Some of the existing roll-up doors will be used for more of a depot use for some of the equipment. And if you've had a chance, you might have seen a lot of the equipment around town. It's a very new fleet. The equipment's very well maintained, and I think you'll be pleased to.
Could you share for the mayor and council? I'm sure you have an estimated cost of the investment that you're looking to make in this site. Do you have that for us tonight?
You know, I don't think we've gotten that far yet.
Substantial.
Yeah. There's quite a commitment to it. If I we haven't really, and that's kind of been in my court. I think having the approval and finding out what other items might be required by the council, we would really like to get some input and see if this is something that would be a viable use. And but I haven't really sat down with the client yet to get costing.
And for our planner, I don't, perhaps I missed it, but I know this is a rezoning.
Yeah, that's what I would like to explain.
I think we need to tell the council what the rezoning is from current to proposed.
That's what I was going to explain. Is Mr. Hart and Mr. Spence have said, when people drive by and visit the site, it looks industrial to them. It looks like an industrial building. It was designed for industrial type of uses, but actually has a B3 commercial zoning designation. In order to do what Mr. Hart and Mr. Rizzo would like to do, we need to rezone it to some type of I-1 industrial use. However, there's always the concern by council and the city that once it's rezoned to I-1, it opens up to all of the industrial uses that are allowed in that district. So what we've recommended to go forward is a conditional zoning to I-1, where the council can limit specifically this and only this use. And he's gone well above and beyond as far as site plan issues. and greening up the site and cleaning up the site. But our biggest concern is, one, we've had a lot of proposals for the site, and the site has remained vacant because of the challenge of existing retail, but built as industrial. And if we rezone to industrial, we don't want to open the door to all of potential industrial uses. So what we're recommending is that a conditional rezoning be sought by the applicant. And again, we're here for some preliminary feedback from the council.
Can you tell us what equipment will be serviced? I know the truck would be serviced, but,
Oh, yeah, it would be the typical dumpster type of vehicle that was the, the 35-foot version, primarily mostly, I'm sorry, this one on the far right-hand photo of the brochure. That would be primarily most of, some of the flatbed trucks would also be in the areas, and we did adjust the parking spaces to be a 10-foot width with 40 feet in the length to allow for ingress and egress.
are you storing roll-ups there?
No, there won't be any, no, there will not be any dumpsters themselves. It's strictly dispatch of vehicles and,
Mr. Crowe, Mr. Spence, anything else? Then I'll entertain questions. I have, Ms. Seymour, then Mr. Frazier, and Ms. Wood.
Okay, my first question is on this, I don't know if you're gonna show me which one of these is gonna be with, is this what you're gonna be
it's
doing?
this one right here. This one right here would be primarily the lion's share of.
So this is like the typical apartment, garbage dumpster?
It is. Yes.
So
There would be
it's
a
not
mixture.
this, it's not the commercial, like you're tearing down buildings?
No.
It's like household garbage?
It's something that you'd see, in a typical apartment
It's the truck,
complex.
not the dumpster.
Not the dumpster itself, just the truck, just the equipment,
Well, it says here, for storage and cleaning of trash containers and maintenance of service vehicles. So cleaning of trash containers would be this whole dumpster.
I was trying to cover all the potential uses.
Yeah, it would, if that occurred, I'm not gonna say that would never occur, but that's really not the way the operation works, and it's really, that wasn't our statement. Our statement is strictly the truck equipment is always gonna be stored there. They're not going to, there's not gonna be an operation
All
there
right,
to
but if
clean
you're
out
cleaning,
dumpsters.
you gotta explain this, because that's what Mr. Crowe has given us, cleaning of trash containers, and you point out that it's typical of the apartment style trash container where everybody throws everything.
And if I could, the way we recall it being explained that you were going to wash your vehicles on site, you were going to service your vehicles in your building, you were going to use it as dispatching. And when we received this brochure, I made the assumption that it was a container because that's what was provided to us. So you can make the clarification.
I'm sorry, that was.
And please speak and.
I'm not finished, I mean,
Well, I think he's gonna clarify your question. But if you'd like to proceed.
Yeah, I do wanna say something.
Okay.
I mean, everything that you've said makes it sound like the most perfectly planned, beautiful environmental site. You consider water, you consider lighting, electricity, recharging, people's cars, everything that an environmentalist would just say is heaven on earth. And then I see this dumpster, someone's gotta explain that to me. Please.
May I?
Your name and.
My name's Joseph Munum, Government Affairs Director for Rizzo Environmental Services, 6200 Elm Ridge in Sterling Heights, 48313. Perhaps that brochure is not the best representation. We'd be happy to send you pictures to the council, either through the city clerk or however the best way to distribute this to show exactly what kind of trucks. That brochure that you have in front of you is primarily for our commercial roll-off. But yes, these are, typically what you'd call a garbage truck. And
but you understand my concern with when Mr. Crowe says in cleaning of trash containers,
That's a mistake. There's
well,
not planned.
that
should not have.
You gotta give me some assurance because there's no way I could vote for that.
I understand.
Not trying to insult you, but I just understand, but I
No.
mean, that's a residential area, doing everything right environmentally, and then I see this, and I said, uh-oh, it's a glitch here.
Our
I
current...
live in an apartment building, so I know.
To the chair, our current facility on Elmridge and Sterling Heights would be a pretty good representation of what we would be looking at. We have office space there, there's a yard for the trucks, and we have a building that we use for servicing the trucks. Things that we do, the work that we do on the trucks would be done inside. We also have a dispatch center. We're the fastest growing hauler in Metro Detroit, and that's one reason that we're looking to move more westward as opposed to our eastern focus.
I'd love to go see you.
You're more than welcome to come to
But
visit the Elmridge facility.
I've just got to understand, where do you clean this kind of a dumpster? Thing you pick up with a truck and you dump it in and you construct it, where do those things get? The trucks have to be clean, not just the dumpsters. The dumpsters don't get cleaned, it's the trucks that have to be cleaned.
When we clean trucks over at Elmridge, it's done indoors. We have a bay specifically for that.
Okay. So nothing, there's no trash, I like to say garbage, because trash is another thing. You understand the alarm, but
I understand completely. I'm a resident of the city of Sterling Heights, and believe me, the Sterling Heights city government would take great umbrage if they were cleaning these things outside. So yes, we understand the concern, and we will not go down that road.
I would like to know where your place is, because I want to go there and look.
You're more than welcome. Anybody on the council is more than welcome to come.
Just a reminder tonight that we're not voting on this, and when it does come back, it'll be worded differently.
Indeed.
Any other, oh yes, I have Mr. Fraser, who's the next in this case.
Yes, I presume that the maintenance, at least the majority of the maintenance that you're going to be doing will be at night work?
No, actually, majority of our maintenance is done during the day. Some is done at night, but
aren't they out working? The trucks out working?
Well, the truck, if the truck, we have a pretty significant fleet, and we will do things in rotation. The trucks are maintained constantly. We have, I think, the best fleet of any waste hauler in Metro Detroit, and we have enough trucks to pick up the slack. We can rotate them and send them out. I mean, I've rarely seen any sort of maintenance going on at night.
Okay, what about noise? The reason I bring that up is not too far away from this piece of property, we have another business that has caused us much angst over the years. It's a heat treating place that does do their work at night, and we've had considerable complaints from residents about noise, odors, causing cracks in their homes, lots of things that has given us a heartburn over the years. Yes, and if this were to come to fruition, before you got through pounding your sign in the front yard, our telephone would be ringing about how much problem you're already causing before you even open the door. So, noise, I need to know what kind of noise we can anticipate if this goes in, and any other thing that would be irritants to the neighborhood.
There's a couple of strategies that we want to implement here. One is partly, again, balancing the site and providing very pronounced berms especially along the eastern edge, but again on the northern side, and we already have a very large, very tall berm on the western section that will sort of reshape and mold. That is going to help a lot of the direct sound attenuation. It's going to deflect a lot of the sound. Also, the planting of we're planning to do conifer trees along the eastern edge of these site that we think that will help to absorb a lot of the sound as well. But again, we'll sort of have to work with, because I know the city has certain restrictions and suggested heights of berms and everything, but we'd like to, as tall as we could make that berm, we would like to do that, I think, for both aesthetic reasons and again, security and also, you know, as you mentioned, the sound attenuation. I think that berm is probably the most effective way to deaden sound.
Yeah, one of the things is, and I appreciate the fact that you're planning to make the berm as elevated as you can, but I wouldn't want to make it so tall that our police officers couldn't see if there's anything, you know, something happened that somebody got inside there that they couldn't view it from the outside, you know. So that has to be a balanced thing, and you'd think nothing like that's going to happen, but I'm sure that you heard that the gun range next door had a visitor in the middle of the night that was unwanted, broke into the back end of the gun range and stole a bunch of stuff. So while we were not happy that happened, it did happen. So it has to be a balance.
There will be a really pronounced surveillance and security system along with that too. There'll be staff on the site as well, 24 hours a day.
And also keep in mind that kitty corner across Shiawassee and Beach, there's a considerable number of apartments and condos. So that the noise not only goes west, but it goes kind of northeast too. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Gordon.
Sure, I have a couple questions. The first is to our planner. You said that there were numerous people looking at this property. Who were they, and what was the outcome of it?
Similar, we had a trucking business that was interested in the facility. We had a retail commercial tractor business that was also interested in the building. What we found is that there was some substantial site improvements and some building improvements that neither of those businesses was willing to undertake to bring it up. And then we had the challenge of the B3 and the rezoning. Are there any others that were more recent, Mr. Spence? But just recently we've had 2 to 3 businesses, as I mentioned, that were interested in the site. And then a while ago we had a couple that made some inquiries. They look at the building, they think it's zoned for industrial. When they find out it's not industrial, they don't come back.
Could we see the other, the aerial map again? Because really what we're talking about, the operations are going to be taking place under a roof across from the shopping center. They're really rather far away from the apartments or the residents. I think that really should be noted.
Except sound carries well at night.
I understand.
And there is a significant residential buffer, zone residential, that's part of the property that they'll maintain. Looks like they're adding actually more green space than what's there now. And we did talk about the northern greenbelt buffer, maintaining that.
Typically, what kind of noise do you have? Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm trying to get to that. And then,
well, they are trucks, so they do generate some noise. Typically, I mean, we've recently had a significant expansion into Oakland County in the past 8 months. I would say that the latest I see trucks coming back to the Elmridge facility in Sterling Heights are coming from our Oakland County communities, and typically they're coming in around 4 o'clock, between 4 and 5 each day. If we were able to have a facility closer to our Oakland County communities, those trucks will probably come back early in the day, probably between 3:30 and 4. And typically the trucks start to head out at anywhere between 6:30 and 7 in the morning, because we start collection in communities somewhere between 7 and 8. I mean, again, if we're closer to the communities that we're serving,
we can lessen the impact because we're closer, we don't have as much travel time.
Ms. Jordan, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm really trying to fully understand the operation that's going to take place. So if you can walk me through exactly what's going to take place at this facility, and then I'll go to my next question.
Well, as Mr. Hart said,
I've heard different things. I want to know exactly what's going to happen.
well, we are growing, and there is great office space in the front of the building, so we will be moving some of our corporate offices to that facility. There's, in the back, how many bays are back there?
There's 6 that are...
Yeah, there are 6 bays that we
Now,
could...
where are they located on here?
So they're along this northern edge here, along this driveway.
Okay.
On the north side of the building.
Tell me what you're going to do with those bays.
They're already existing, and they're 16-foot wide doors that roll up 15 to 16 feet high. And we're going to be replacing those with similar Albert Kahn type of metal glass doors that will, we really want to make any improvements to that building to last as long as possible. So those doors, the existing openings, we're going to keep. In fact, all the windows and fenestration doors, everything, we're going to be taking out the interior of the window frame itself, and keeping the sash area, the roll lock, the bricks, the interior millwork, all that's going to stay, but we're replace the window portion itself with an extruded aluminum and tempered glass and insulated glass. So we'll try to keep that kind of late 30s period style, but update a lot of those components. So I don't know if I'm really answering your question, but
yeah, I've got the bays. How many trucks are going to be parked here?
Oh, well, we have,
yeah,
we had, there originally, we have existing 41 existing spaces, and in the back area, the existing area here, as you can see on the aerial photo, is just sort of completely undefined. We've got grass growing up, it's broken up asphalt and everything else, but pretty much this area here is what we counted, just the areas you can see where there's, truly asphalt set up. But our proposed parking, we're going to have 152 automobile parking spaces, and we're going to have 120 truck spaces.
What Ms. Jordan is asking, what happens in the bay? When the truck comes into the bay, what are you going to do there? I think that's really...
When it's being worked on inside the facility, or if it's being stored there? When it's being worked on inside, there'll be oil changes, there are tire changes.
Broken headlights.
Broken headlights, maybe a little bit of painting, probably, just touch-up paint for rust. There won't be any, we're not going to put any kind of a paint booth or anything like that there. That's not going to happen. It's just pretty much keeping and maintaining the equipment inside the building with the oil changes, tune-ups, tire changes, brake jobs, things like you would see at a oil change or lube stop area. Nothing.
But you'll have approximately 152 trucks that'll be parked there every evening, every day.
No, I'm sorry. There's room. We have planned for 150 slips out in the area that will allow trucks to come and go at opposing times. They have probably 50 trucks there, I think was what Mr. Rizzo mentioned originally. But the ability to move them in, park them, and move them back out without encumbering any of the other trucks there. We have the capacity.
Primarily for Oakland County operations?
That'll be
housed there?
Well, Oakland County, and as we are now expanding more hopefully into Western Wayne County, from that location as well. But this gives us a lot more range in which to deal economically with communities in Western Wayne, even perhaps Detroit, as they're now bidding their services out. A location in Southfield would be ideal at this location.
washing the trucks here? I think that's another question.
If we are cleaning the trucks, that's to be done inside. There'll be a bay for that.
What about your heavy maintenance of the trucks? Is that there?
There could be heavy maintenance of the trucks in one of the bay. I'd have to ask the operations director. But I mean, we're not closing our Elmridge facility in Sterling Heights, where we do have a paint bay. We do heavy maintenance. I mean, depending upon how our operations are growing, we could probably take some of the maintenance and have it done in Sterling Heights or do it here.
Now, how many parking spaces do you have for cars on the site?
Automotive, we're proposing 152 spaces.
So why is there such a big need for automotive?
Well, the drivers themselves, when the drivers come before the drivers leave for every truck, they will likely have a car when they come to work, so they're going to be parking, the drivers will be parking their personal cars on the site when they leave for work. And when they come back to get them, they'll drive them out at the end of the day. Also, we're planning on up to 50 or 60 employees on site as well. But, and then we have probably 20 to 25 visitor parking spaces, and it gets used up really fast. We were actually kind of excited that we were able to fit everything, align the automobile parking and truck parking. We were happy the way that we were able to lay it out so that we had proper aisle widths and access.
So you have approximately 50 trucks, 150 parking spaces. Now, did you say you...
I'm sorry, there will be 50 trucks to start out. It could expand. Yeah, it could expand to 100. I think we had 152 as the capacity. I'm sorry, 150 car spaces, 152 car spaces, and 120 truck spaces.
Lastly, did you say dumpsters would be on the site as well?
No.
No dumpsters. Do we know what our potential income will be from this?
We have to estimate that. We have to go one more time.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Come on, okay.
Yeah, and I would, to follow up on that, I'm Ms. Seymour's next, but to follow up on the question of the number of employees, are you bringing people here, or are you creating new jobs here? Will you be hiring here?
Well, a little of both. We will be moving some of our employees and trucks that are currently in Sterling Heights, particularly the crews that are working in our Oakland County communities. But as we expand, we will have more trucks and more employees, and we are expanding.
Would you consider using the Southfield Career Employment Center to recruit people?
Of course we would.
It's less than a mile away.
It's convenient then.
Yeah, but, Ms. Seymour.
Thank you. Okay. You said this was the typical...
No. Here, let me point out on my card.
It's not this one?
That one.
What's the difference? This is, you pick up a dumpster and it gets dumped into a truck. That's, no?
The truck that I indicated on my business card would be more typical of what we would be parking there. These would be your traditional garbage trucks that go and make residential pickups every day that you see in your neighborhoods.
All right.
As that card, as I said previously, was more for sales of our commercial roll-offs. So those are the trucks that would deal with the commercial roll-offs. The majority of the fleet that we're hoping to stage from this facility would be our residential trucks.
Go through the neighborhoods and, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And the difference, the point is, the garbage goes into the truck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Garbage goes into the truck. We like to believe that people wrap up stuff and keep it all nice and neat, and you don't have a lot of rotten, but I know better. I know from this one here, this little, square
those are used in small businesses, or generally trash, and for apartment complexes with whatever people throw in there. So all of that goes into the truck. Then where does the garbage go?
It depends on, for each community, I mean, we have different agreements with each community,
Does it
just
go
like.
to a landfill,
It can
or-
go to a landfill, it can go to a transfer station that will then go to a landfill, it could go to an incinerator.
Okay, so we're talking about household, not just trash, but actually garbage.
Type 2
Yeah.
waste, and none of the garbage comes back at night, it is all
Well, I'm
disposed
wondering
of.
about the truck. If the truck has garbage that's messy, wet, you know, it needs washing, the inside of the truck needs washing, that's what concerns me. Does that happen before it comes back to you, or does that cleaning get done at your site, your location? Garbage is taken somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then it comes back in, has to be cleaned up, I presume. Where is that cleaning done?
Inside the building.
Inside the building?
Yes, ma'am.
Where you wash it out every time it comes back?
We don't wash it out every time it comes back.
Well, I'm glad you told me that. So that's, okay. Okay.
But we do wash them out frequently.
We need to move along.
Well, it's a concern, because that's where odors can come
I understand, but this is not the end of this discussion.
I know that.
And we have other people waiting here. So what I need tonight is, from council is, this is not binding, but that you would consider a rezoning of this site to permit guiding here.
Yeah, can I try something? I think that what makes sense here is that you heard the comments of the council, and not that you're looking for any kind of consensus or opinion of this group. It's just that you wanted to hear what some of their concerns were. Because I don't think, without going, when you have a rezoning, you have to go through public hearings, and we have a whole process, and none of that has occurred yet. So I think to ask for something.
It comes at the end.
Right. So, other than you've heard the comments, and I think you can take those back and do what you think is appropriate, but I really don't think that it's appropriate for the council to start giving consensus of whether they approve of it.
All right, well then, if there's no other questions, we've got some feedback from us.
Thank you.
Just remember, it gets worse.
I just have one question. What kind of, you said wrought iron on top of the berm?
Yes.
What-
It's
that
actually a
nature-
wrought iron look. It'd probably be an extruded aluminum, a heavy gauge aluminum with a finish.
Yeah, within our ordinance, new fence ordinance?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a detail we can work
We're
on.
gonna very quickly go to, item number
Thank you.
5, and then we're gonna go back to Evergreen Road.
This, item 5 represents some good, excellent staff work by, our engineering, folks, as well as,
Do you have a card?
Yes, sir.
that's right. As well as Shelley Freeman, to maximize the grant opportunity through MDOT for funding repairs of the 11-mile bridge over the Permit Creek. We have bid this job out, we worked through MDOT, their regulations, they've allowed us to put this all together in one comprehensive document, and 61% of the project costs are covered by the grant. The rest of the costs will be in the major street budget currently approved, and insurance risk retention fund absorbs $19,647, which is the residual, and the reason for that is that there are safety initiative issues involved in this project. So this will come back to council on the 26th, and at this point, we're simply showing it to you for information and discussion. This is the BASF and other contiguous businesses
otherwise, we'll move on. We've discussed this before, so this is just an update, and we'll revisit it next Monday night. Okay, so, we're gonna go back to,
We have another item on.
we're gonna go, because we have staff and, others here, we're gonna go to Evergreen Road, and then we'll take the item 8. These folks have been patiently waiting. So, where do we begin?
Tour. Everyone has the same tour now. We have information on cost. We want to go that way. I think that's probably a good starting point. I'm pleased to say that this project we are capable of funding this project within our local improvement revolving fund. And as I stated earlier, we will still have about half the fund down for handling other matching fund opportunities as they may arise. So a lot of work has been done by staff on this in terms of design and also in terms of the financing. And we asked for a one-page summary. This is kind of a fat one page, but that's fine. It works. And the details on page 2, but the essence of the project is on page 1. And I would suggest starting with an understanding, just go down to the bottom of the page, and you're going to see that we have a $12,105,318.75 project. The funding allocations are as provided. The federal monies, as well as I believe we have the TAP. What's that? The TAP grant. Okay. So federal aid plus the grant portions. Okay. Water and sewer fund absorbs a large portion because of the infrastructure portion of this project is rather significant. And if there are any questions on that issue, Mr. Abowski's here, as well as Fred Zorn and Lee Schultz. So we keep these numbers up. And as far as challenges to it being a water and sewer fund, I think we're well beyond that. We're all comfortable. Metro Act funds, we're suggesting $1 million of use out of that. Those are funds that are received each year that allow cable companies to come in and run their cabling on their rights of way. This is a conservative number. We could push it a little bit further, but I would suggest that because we have some monies already allocated in the major street fund budget. So this is a cautious number and will not cause us any angst. The major street funds have $700,000 already allocated in 13-14 for startup costs, and that leaves us with the LERP fund absorbing $1,572,553. When you take that number and you add that as $700,000 for 8 to 9 miles, okay, you get around 2.3, and that's about half of our available LERP funds. So when we're done, we'll have 2.3 to 2.4 in the LERP fund, which is very important because as you can see, on the 8 to 9 mile road, it just came up virtually overnight, even though we've been working on it for years. It happens. And there are other opportunities that could come up the same way. So everyone was united in a cautious use of the local improvement revolving fund, starting really at this table, which was one of the key ingredients when we were told what are the parameters. Don't spend all the LERP money on at this point, two projects. So we're comfortable with the allocation. We have Gary Tressel and his associate here to explain any of the detail. It's all here. We've been through basically every piece of this. I think what would be beneficial is if, Gary, if you and Matt would explain where we were able to save some dollars and get an original total that was over, I think it started at 13 million something or other.
About 13.6.
13.6 down to 12.1 without affecting the quality of the project. There are 4 or 5 elements that make up that difference.
In the original budget that we started to work with, there were several items, that were included within it, including the gateway entries at both ends of the project and the treatment that would occur within the roundabouts as a prominent feature at each of the roundabouts. Those total about $800,000 between those elements, and we recommended that those be delayed and only put the plumbing in, the conduits, to allow you to have flexibility on how to develop the center of the roundabouts as you go forward. To develop a plan, it could be a community effort or whatever. It could be someone who wants to donate something to the city in order for memory of whomever or whatever.
Let me interrupt here for just a moment on that. In addition to possible private sources, corporate sources, we will also have additional income coming into the LER fund when, for example, the Ramada Inn is down, we paid all those bills, and there's a sale. The sales proceeds will come back to the LER fund. So defer this thing, won't put it off into some area where it will never get done. I just want to comfort level with that.
Yes, these are all things that can be done after the project is done. Probably won't be done until 15 at the earliest because of the schedule of this project, and what we're tracking on right now is to turn the plans in the end of September, as we said earlier, and that will get you on a first Friday in February 2014 bid schedule at MDOT. Okay, that would then allow a pre-construction meeting to be held in the middle of March and to break ground around the 1st of April. This is a large project. We have to maintain traffic at all times, so what our intention is to build the southbound lanes first, the southbound part of the boulevard, and while we maintain traffic on the northbound side for two-way traffic. And then once that's done, we would flip the traffic over and do some temporary widenings and maintain the traffic on the newly constructed lanes while we rebuild the northbound lanes. And then the last part of the feature will be to complete the roundabouts themselves. Okay, so it is a staging issue, and it has a significant amount of paving and coordination to do with all the adjacent property owners, and we need to start through that process. For us to make September 26th, as I said earlier, we have about 6 weeks left to design whatever the improvements are that this City Council would recommend, and get it into the project for what we call grade inspection. The grade inspection is the first review of the project by the state and the feds, and it then takes and goes into, they'll send us back their comments. That will usually occur about the middle of October to the end of October. We then go take those comments and we put them into our plans, and then we submit what's called an errors and omissions check, which will probably happen around the first or second week of November. From that, we then have to turn in final plans around the end of the year, and that'll put you on a February letting with a 5-week advertisement that MDOT normally requires on a project of this magnitude. We have also suggested beyond the gateway entry features that we consider recycling the pavement. We're doing that on some other projects, and we figure that you can save about $350,000 if you can set up a place somewhere close by the road, by the project, and crush up the existing pavement that's there and reuse it as aggregate base.
Otherwise, it would go to a landfill.
Otherwise, it would go to a landfill, or it would go to potentially Euphrates or something to be crushed into crushed concrete or whatever. But you'd have to buy that back. You give that to them, and then you get to buy it back. If you do it as part of the project, it will save considerable dollars that is budgeted, that were budgeted originally in this project, that we've taken out the credit for that already to get the dollars down. So we're anticipating that it will be acceptable to this body to crush the road. And we're doing that on several other projects right now, and it's working very successfully. And we are crushing right next to at Ferris State University, we're crushing 2 buildings to put into aggregate base right across from a residential neighborhood. Haven't had one complaint about the noise, the dust, or anything from that crushing operation. So, and it's substantially completed at this time. The other large things that we looked at was the potential to reduce potentially the benches and the trash receptacles, those types of things, but they're part of the TAP grant. The TAP grant is a 60-40 match, and so we haven't taken those out of the project. They're still in the project and can be adjusted if it's your desire. We are carrying a budget for bio-swale through the median of the road at all locations that it's available to be done. And you have funding that came from the TAP grant in order to build that bio-swale. Okay, so right now we've kept the TAP grant in place, and are intending to incorporate that unless we are given direction elsewhere. And you should know that the bio-swale does do some environmental things, and that it will hold about 70,000 cubic feet of runoff. The road is shaped differently than if it was a crowned road, in that the crown road would have both lanes in each direction slope to the outside edge, and it would be picked up in storm sewers and carried to the Rummel drain. In the bio-swale, we put a crown on each direction of travel, and then half of the road goes to the bio-swale and half of it will go to the catch basins. And that will then be drained into the median, into the bio-swale, which will be about 2 to 2.5 feet deep at its maximum. And it would then infiltrate and improve water quality discharge from the road by going through the bio-swale and the rain garden median into an edge drain that would be underneath the bio-swale, and then ultimately to the drainage system. So there's things that are other things that we've refined within this estimate to try to cut down on the number of trees in the initial planning, because the original budget had about 100 trees that were already budgeted for, and then we had another 430 or so that were added to the grant or to the project, and we said maybe you could plant some of those as you progress along later. We've also considered street lighting, and we're asked to look at that as far as Detroit Edison street lighting versus city-owned street lighting. And so our firm, which does street lighting as well, gave an estimate back to the city of the potential savings if you were to own your own street lighting system, similar to what you do on Civic Center west of Losser and that type of stuff as a city system, and found that you could save a considerable amount of money on that if you owned your own street lighting system. So what you see in front of you tonight is a lot of effort to get things cut out of the project that or refine them or do them a different way, or what we call value engineer the project when we're working with a general contractor to get the project as cost efficient as possible.
Are there any questions on the finance?
Gary, you mentioned about the storm sewer work that's going to be done in the complex.
Yeah, in addition, all this flooding that you see out by the library on Evergreen Road every time there's a flood, what that really is it's a very undersized storm sewer. This complex, and when the library was built, actually has a 60-inch storm sewer that goes around the north side of the campus and is stubbed to Evergreen Road. as part of the negotiations with the Travelers Tower owners, that storm sewer will be extended across Evergreen Road, and then north and easterly, or westerly, along their north property line and connected to the Rummel Drain. An additional part is that we're replacing the water main that Mike is having issues with, and to put that in, we have to move the transformers off of the front lawn, and we're moving those to the north side of the tennis courts, where they were programmed a number of years ago when the library was built, that all the facilities would move to the north side of the tennis courts. So there's conduit that's been run from the service to the north side, awaiting another pad and another primary switch. And in this case, because you're not changing the power, the level of power that this operates on, we have to put a step-down transformer on it. This system here is what they call a 4800 volt system. What DTE wants to furnish you with is what's called a 13,200 volt system. So if we are not going to go through and replace motors and air conditioners and all that other stuff, then we need to transform it back so it's a seamless transfer back to what you have today. Then in the future, as you buy new transformers and new compressors and those types of things, you can buy them dual rated, and ultimately down the road somewhere you'll be able to switch totally to the 13,200 power supply.
So let's enumerate the savings again. 800,000 from deferring the monument.
The treatment to the roundabouts and the gateway entries.
350 from the recycling the gravel.
Correct.
X number of dollars for the lighting.
Yeah, we're estimating the street lighting. We just saw the new quote that Terry got, that their estimate for the original contribution has gone down about 150,000, I think it is, and they've given you a credit for the first 3 years of energy use. And so it was originally about a $500,000 savings, and now it's about a $300,000 savings.
And what's left?
Did I miss something in that?
Yeah, I think that was it.
I think on the street lighting, what you have to understand is that the street lighting is going to cost you $40,000 a year for rental. I think it was what the projection was, 37 or something like that. 35. And if you own your system, you'll have about $10,000 a year in electrical use. Those lights that are going to be LED. They're proposed either if we did them or DTE did them. They're both going to be LED. The actual energy use of those is about $9,000 a year. The lamp life on them is about 4,000 hours a year of lamp, and the lamps have a life of 100,000 hours. So it's roughly a 25-year lamp life.
Everything's in here, all the movements of the transformers, everything's in here.
It is.
Jim, what was the savings for the roundabout?
We save the roundabout, savings for the roundabout. Roundabouts are a requirement to get the federal dollars.
So that was around what,
300,000.
That was the feature.
The monuments.
There was 100,000 allocated for special features. You cut that in half, I believe.
Right.
We did to put the plumbing in.
That's right. So you
It's
saved
actually about 750.
Gary, that's plumbing and electrical, correct?
Well, we're going to have the raceways there with strings in them that you can pull the electrical in whenever you want.
Exactly. You know, so for instance, we wanted a fountain out there, we need electricity for a pump.
And uplighting and all the things that would go with it. Yes, that'll be, the conduits will be out to the center of that, so you don't have to directionally drill. You can just go out and use whichever conduit. You know, we're going to put a series of them in because it's very cheap to do in the beginning.
So the intention of this presentation is for all council to have the information at the same time in the same format. And then the bus trip was for all of council to, May of course, to have the same visual opportunity to see how the projects work, how they're designed.
Correct.
That's why we're where we are, and but these are good numbers.
We're
I think
comfortable
that
with
we're
this.
very comfortable. Matt's done a tremendous job. He's got computer program, large spreadsheet, we move numbers around, we double check the water and sewer fund, we double check the Metro Act, budget number we double check, and the work availability. So we're ready to stand on these numbers, and we're very comfortable with them.
Ms. Seymour and then Mr. Freeze.
I'm confused. We were told, I was told, that we were going to have, there's been a lot of, I guess, pro and con discussion about some of the features of this road. Some of us took a bus trip, some of us went out on the weekend, looked for bio-swales, looked to see different things that we could try to relate to what we're doing here. We made a couple of trips in Dayton. We made a trip out to Troy. We saw a bio-swale at a small corporate park and didn't like what we saw. And I was told that all of these objections and all these concerns would be handled at 5 o'clock tonight, where we would put all the stuff on the table, all of our concerns, all of our objections. Instead, we get in a bus and we go and look at this spot. It's after 10 o'clock at night. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm tired. And we're going to discuss, I presume, pros and cons of what we like or don't like about this. I'm very disappointed. I'm really angry that this wasn't done earlier when we could really talk. One of our members is gone. He's got some feelings about this. Our biggest concern, I guess, concerns were the 10-foot walkways, losing trees, the bio-swales, whether the maintenance on them, all of these issues. We can say, okay, we want the TAP grant, but maybe we don't want the TAP grant.
Well, that's what we're getting.
I understand that, Ken, but it's 10 minutes after 10. This is worthy of a separate meeting where we can take the time to discuss it. I think this is backwards. It should have been done at 5 o'clock, take a bus or any time. I'm really unhappy about the way this was worked out. I was told we were going to really get into this at 5 o'clock at night, and here it's 10 o'clock before we're getting into it. And it's just not right. I've got some real issues with this, and I'll tell you right off the top. I don't support the bio-swales. They're going to be maintenance issues. They really don't accomplish enough to make it worth doing. I don't like the 10-foot sidewalks because we don't need them. They're part of the TAP grant. I would get rid of the TAP grant. We're giving up some of our aesthetics. We're going to lose trees. I know we have to lose trees when the road is put in because of some of the, the underground water sewer lines that have to go in. But this is ruining the environment that we have here, the aesthetics that we have in this area to get a TAP grant. And some people think we have to have bio-swales. We're on clay, we're not on sand. It's really not going to be that efficient and that practical. And there's a maintenance cost, and there's other ways to go. And I'm unhappy that now at 10 o'clock we're talking about it instead of at 5 o'clock when we really could have spent some time and talked about it. I can't tell you how unhappy I am.
It had nothing to do with...
I'm not blaming you, I know you didn't.
But I thought personally I thought it was important for us to visually go out and see before we discuss.
And I don't disagree.
It took more time.
I know, I don't disagree, but this...
I thought it'd be 45 minutes out there.
I know, Ken, I don't disagree with that. But this is not the time to be talking about it.
For what time we have now, I mean, HRC has advised us we're up against the deadline on this. So let's get into some of the issues. I was going to start with, is there any question on the financing of the figures that have been presented? Then we can go to talking about trees, bio-swales. I believe Mary's got some information to present, some pictures. She's got a PowerPoint or something. So let's get into it.
Okay, but I mean, you're saying, do we have any questions about the figures? Some of us looked at some figures before, smaller, versions. How do you comment on these figures? You don't have to, you can't, I don't mean you, and not personally, but this is a lot of stuff we get handed. Do we have any question? Are we okay with it?
I don't know what else to ask. I mean, if something
blaming you.
pops out at you, I'm trying to give you the opportunity, or the rest of the council the opportunity, if they have a question about the figures. I have confidence in the people that are working on this, so personally I don't have a question on the figures, knowing that things could change. But I'm going to move on to Mr. Frazier and then Ms. Jordan.
Yeah, I do have a question, and it's not these figures, but what happens if we send the plans into the government, they take a look at it, and make some significant suggestions for changes? Where does that money come from if we have to
Well,
make
we
changes?
would obviously regroup, call a special meeting.
Or if we
If we have LRF monies available, we just have to reserve them. Okay, but I don't expect a change, it would be huge. But
No.
if we had an increase this, then it would come out of the local improvement revolving fund. Eventually, money's going to be coming into that.
That's the other question, and that is, you said that the hotel's coming down, and we're gonna get money back from that.
Yes.
Doesn't doesn't some of that money go to the DDA?
No.
We
No?
bought it.
Well, it's all yours.
Oh, yeah? No wonder they're mad.
Exactly.
Okay, that's it.
Ms. Jordan.
You know, I totally agree with Councilwoman Seymour, but as it relates to finances, my questions are related to the bio-swale versus the landscape median. And that's median, because that's what I thought that we were going to do tonight.
Well, that's where we're going next.
And I like to see those figures, because we did have a council finance committee, and I believe the consensus was landscape median as opposed to the bio-swale. But this proposal only has the bio-swale in it. We have nothing to consider the figures of what a landscape median would look like. So
You have the detail.
Yes.
If this would come up, okay, then you were asked to work out the detail of how much of the grants for what. Okay, and I don't know how scientific you get with that, but I did ask that you do that, you know, in case it has to be a revision.
If the bio-swales...
Right now, there's 500,000 from the grants for 450, whatever the number, 450, and then 300 are of city money.
So
for a total
450 is the
750.
cap?
450 is cap.
Okay.
Okay, now, I don't know which part of it would go away, or how that would work, and I never got into that level of detail, so.
Okay,
I was hoping
we
if
have
you
talked
could,
with the
you would-
SEMCOG people on your grant, who are the people that gave you the grant, okay? And they said if the bio-swale went away, that it would not affect your other parts of your TAP grant. Is there a potential for the bio-swale to go away and something else to come in to backfill that, landscaping in the median, or other amenities that exist, but it would have to be reviewed at the SEMCOG level?
How much of the grant is for bioswale, the 450?
Of the 450, there's about $100,000 in there for the bioswale, of their money.
That helps, because I really was, you know, I live close to Farmington Hills, and when I drive Orchard Lake, and when I drive in front of their city hall, they have to me, one of the best looking landscape medians right now. When I go out to Troy, you see all these nice landscape medians, not only in front of City Hall, but just throughout the city. To me, it takes your city, it separates your city from looking at the pictures that we saw of bioswale. And I think we're ready to take our community up a notch in terms of its appearance. And this is, you know, we talk about this being the miracle mile. And to put a bioswale from 10 Mile basically to 11 Mile right in front of City Hall and the other across the street.
Well, why don't we go to presentation, and then, would that
What
be?
concerns me is the council finance, and Don helped me out, we sort of gave that recommendation, but it's almost as if it was totally ignored and was brought back to this.
I don't think so. I mean, my understanding was that we would discuss this tonight.
That's fine.
And, for everybody's, enlightenment, Ms. Carlock was going to provide us with more detail, on the, what's proposed. I honestly don't have my mind made up on it. I wasn't at the, I'm not part of the finance committee. The only bioswale I know is the one that's out here at the south parking lot, which a lot of times is pretty nice. But it's not, as manicured as, some of the things that you're referencing. So let's have her presentation, so we can talk more, in a more informed fashion about it. You wanna roll?
Well, I'm
Well,
gonna
let me
be
just
working.
step in 1 second when you say informed. There is no bioswale in the United States. And we asked everybody, tell us where there's one so we can look at it. Upton Hills planned one from 14 to 15 on Orchard Lake, and they gave it up because of maintenance and cost. So that's what I've been able to find out from sources that are close to both situations. We traveled 2 Saturdays to try to find a bioswale. They asked, is there one anywhere in the United States? It's someone in Grand Rapids. I think there was. But what we are doing is breaking new ground. And so I want to make it clear is that we broke our butts trying to find a bioswale somewhere. And we still today have not seen one. Now, if Renee has one, now I don't know where in the world she got it, because we've been asking for months to go look at one. But go ahead.
Let's
I will look at it. I mean, I've got open mind.
Can I add something?
But I want to see,
What I understand is there is a bioswale in Ann Arbor, similar to this, but they're on sand, so the drainage is very, very different. And when we talked with Mike Habowski about, we're on clay, I mean, the problems that this represents, we really don't get much benefit of it. But there's nothing, that's right, nothing else anywhere.
Let's see this.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that, because we're on clay, they're on sand, very different.
I was wondering if I could put the 15-foot drawing on the table again. This is a revised version that shows where the bioswales are, and require a 7-inning stretch here, and so I can move the pictures of water off.
But didn't we ask for the bioswale pictures as well as what it looks like? We asked for both of them to be brought to this meeting.
Yeah.
So just to bring the bioswale,
Well,
again,
we have some
we're not
slides.
presented with
I
both.
mean, we're talking about, 100 days here, and I redid the whole plan that put the bioswales on the plan. And we have some, from our consultants, we have some examples of what we have envisioned for the landscape with or without bioswales, what kind of plant material that we're looking at. And the bioswale is one part of it, but we're still looking at landscape, boulevard, similar to Big Beaver, and whether you want to do scrub beds and flower beds, that's another decision that, that you can make, every time you put a scrub bed in.
I'd like you to give your presentation. I don't want to take a stretch, because the stretch will become not a 7-minute inning, it'll become 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's take the pictures off the table.
Talk about the project when it's here. I apologize for the disturbance. I gotta start the other end. I can go along with it. I mean, I think you want me to, I got power tools put up there. It's always. Not that wide, really. You don't have to. Although we were all just there, and sometimes I'm going to pull this down a little bit. Just to be able to look at the entire. Actually, Joel, I'm going to ask you to come up because I was working on the plans, and Joel is the landscape architect with Michael Dole and Associates, who's going to be working with me on this project. And he was kind enough to put together a PowerPoint of some examples of bio-swales. The reason we are looking at bio-swales is because of the environmental benefit, and that we'd be able to take in about half the water runoff from the road project. And for that reason, you know, we are looking at bioswales and innovative stormwater management on all of our projects. We also, as part of our stormwater management plan, it's going to be the way that things will be required to be done, and maybe Lee can tell us a little bit more about that. It slows down the water, it cools the water, it reduces erosion and pollution, it cleans the water of particulates from surface water runoff from roads is one of the highest pollutants for our river water, plus just the flashiness of our streams. So there's not going to be one project that is available to us to handle all of our stormwater problems, and there's not going to be one thing that we can do. So it's, you know, asking the businesses to do this kind of work, and it's doing this by example ourselves. So that's why we're looking at it. That being said, we still consider this to be our front yard, a very visual and important landscape. I don't want to see a bioswale that looks like, you know, what we have in our parks, which are mixed wildflowers essentially and grasses. This is a more formal landscape that we would be looking for the same kind of landscape material on the edges of the bioswale that we would put out there if we were going to landscape it just for appearance and aesthetics. So the bioswale, the length of it, the only part that would be a planted bioswale would be between the two roundabouts. The rest of the bioswale would be either stone or a grass bioswale, so it would not be much different in appearance than a regular landscape median. It would have a dip in the center to collect the water instead of a crown. Joel, you want to talk a little bit about these, and then maybe Lee can talk a little bit about the benefits too.
Yeah, for those that don't know, I'm Joel Bodway with Michael J. Dool and Associates, firm working with HRC.
I'm sorry, just leave it. I'm not going to hurt it.
The examples you see up here, you know, the series of slides that you're going to see are those examples I think that you were looking for, you know, that show the difference between, you know, what a bioswale is with plantings. That, you know, there's different varieties. Everybody's seen the, you know, kind of a seeded type of a bioswale or a rain garden, you know. very natural. There's several examples of those in West Bloomfield, if you drive through there. You know, what this is just showing is, you know, just a series of different slides. You know, our firm hasn't done any of these, but, you know, just off, you know, the top one is, you know, off the side of the road. It's more of a structured, you know, type of a planting. It's not something that's just a seed thrown down. You know, again, as Mary said, you know, the whole idea of a bioswale or a rain garden is that it's cleaning, you know, your stormwater before it gets to your rivers and streams. You know, so again, what goes into that is, you know, because it is a, you know, it is a clay soil. You know, there is part of that excavation that has to happen. Put in some filtration soil. You know, that plus mixed with the plants. You know, adds as a filtration of the water. If you go to the next slide.
Okay, Lisa, that's why you're staying here later.
This here is an example of, you know, what most of the boulevard would look like. It's basically a grassy swale, you know, which would have trees, it would have the ornamental lights, you know, but it's the, you know, it's the, you know, curb cuts to let the water go through. You know, so this is a different version of, you know, instead of the massive organized planting, you know, which would happen between the two roundabouts, it'd be more of a, you know, street tree type of a planting. You know, again,
It actually has a swale down the center.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, and there's an overflow. I think what Gary was talking about as far as the difference, and I think that's kind of the direction we're looking for today is, you know, the bioswale is just an inverted, you know, crown that you see out there on most of the boulevards. You know, and this is capturing the rainwater. You know, the 2.5 feet that Gary was talking about, that's basically knee high. You know, that's, you know, the difference that we're looking at. If you go to the next slide. This one here again is just the example. You know, this is the one bioswale that is in existence nearby. You know, I think we traveled to, I think the Finance Committee, you know, I think you've heard the objections to it. It's, you know, more of a stately, you know, as far as organized planting, you know, just different masses of plants. All the water runoff from the parking lot, you know, comes in, travels through a system, gets filtrated through the plants. You know, and there's an overflow structure that's actually hidden, you can't even see it. You know, so that's more of an intense, you know, structured bioswale.
And again, that one has a lot more perennials and, you know, more of the wildflower look, and we're thinking more shrub beds with some wildflowers on the outside, or not wildflowers.
Next slide. This is the other example. This is one our firm actually did. You know, this is in Grand Rapids. It's the big cathedral downtown, Cathedral Square bioswale. Again, this is all just fully grown plant material that's installed. Still had the cobble swale at the bottom. Still had lawn around the edges. You know, for this plaza area that was draining into it. The upper plaza area, you know, kind of was filtered, you know, through all the different plant beds. Go back. Yeah, this is a, you know, kind of a cobblestone, you know, swale or kind of riverbed, you know, that goes through the center of the plaza.
Directed towards those
That it does go down. This is the low area. What it does is it kind of filters through. You know, here's some iris that's here. It's more you know, water tolerant. You know, has a deeper root structure. But again, I mean, you know, what we were trying to create is you know, more larger masses, especially if you're driving by at a certain speed. It's you know, you want to have some of that impact. But there's some overflow structures that are actually a little bit higher on both ends. You know, so it actually does act as a filtration. It retains it. There is a drain tile that's, even though it's in Grand Rapids, kind of near Lake Michigan, it still had some clay soil, so we did still put a perforated drain tile to capture that extra water.
I can see on these slides on the right that you can use pretty much any kind of landscape style around the bioswale.
that, you prefer. You don't have to use grasses, or you can use some grasses and shrubs as well as perennials.
So if you go to the next one. These are just, the next three slides.
Speak in the mic, please.
Oh, sorry. The next three slides are just different plan examples, you know, just a broad brush. Again, the bioswale hasn't been designed. We're at that point right now where we just need to decide, are we going to go the direction of the bioswale, or are we going to go with more of the traditional crowned boulevard? You know, again, it's just weighing those two different options. This first slide is just kind of some of the typical trees, you know, that would be placed down the median. These trees would be planted, you know, we're not looking to plant trees right down the center of the median if it's a bioswale. You know, they would be planted on the sides. It would be the same way if it was a, you know, a crown median. You know, some of the canopy trees, you know, all the different canopy trees, and then some of the flowering trees. If you go to the next slide. Here's some of the different shrubs that could be used. Again, this is just to give you a sense that a bioswale planting doesn't necessarily mean it has to be, you know, just a bunch of grasses. You know, there could be ornamental shrubs that tolerate wet feet, or their root systems can tolerate that. The red twig dogwood, for one. There's some Grollo sumac. And again, more on the upper slope, you know, some of the flowering ones that I think that everybody saw, or from the last meeting saw, you know, from Bloomfield Hills, the limelight hydrangea and the rosy glow barberry. And here are some of the perennials and ornamental grasses that could be used. You know, some of the red switchgrass. That's probably, it's a native grass, has a really deep root system. I think those that traveled to the park that was in Troy, that one was all planted with a different variety of switchgrass. But again, in the lower areas, there's the blue flag iris. Some of the upper areas, which you saw at the Botsford, the black-eyed Susan, in Bloomfield Hills, you know, the hostas or the daylilies. There's also at the Botsford, the Joe Pyeweed and purple coneflower. So again, you know, this is just to give you a sense that, you know, it's not necessarily going to, you know, a bioswale isn't necessarily just a, you know, natural, like, seeded areas. I think, Mary, if you want to explain that.
Having some support problems. This is a section showing the roadway, and this cowl of the section for the center might be between the roundabouts is where we would have the shrubs and the flowers on either side of the bioswale, and that area may not really even see the bioswale proper because of the plant material that might be around it. This is a detail of between a roundabout and the central plaza, a concept plan, and again, we're just at the conceptual stage, so there's not been labeled, but this is kind of a bed. As we said, we can also just do a grass swale and not get into large beds. On this one, you know, I added 2 large beds as an example on each side of the central plaza. When you do have beds or anything with beds, of course, it has to be weeded and maintained on a weekly basis. Trees and grass still have to be maintained, but obviously they don't catch the litter and they don't need weeding and as much maintenance. But this does, you know, create more of a lush look in some locations. It might, certainly we wouldn't want that the entire length, but I don't think the bioswale will make it look substantially different whether it's crowned or dipped. I mean, you can do either kind of landscape with that. Lee, you want to mention just a few things about stormwater? And I think Terry mentioned there is a new bioswale over at LTU that they've installed.
Yeah, I mean, really, Mary, you kind of had mentioned it already with a lot of the stormwater management benefits of having that there. So, you know, these are all small things that we can do. And in very, very large storm events, it's like that water is going to be flowing through that bioswale and eventually it's going to get into the storm system. But in the majority of our events are small events. And when you've got these bioswales and rain gardens that people do, that captures the water and allows that water to never have to end up in a pipe and be piped down to our rivers and everything. So, I mean, I think you understand that the look can really be whatever we want it to be. I think our idea all along has been for it to be a more manicured look because it's out in the median in front of City Hall in this business district. The water benefits are there, and it's something that we really promote with our businesses as well. We give them some credit when they are building stormwater management plans as part of their site development when they are able to infiltrate water when they can. And we do have a lot of clay in our soils here. It's not pure clay. There's like very little places around in Michigan that have 100% pure clay. It's a mix of clay, and it may be slower infiltration, but it will still infiltrate. And some of these areas, if nothing was infiltrating, and which wouldn't be the case because something will always infiltrate, but if there was no infiltration, at least we'd still be slowing the water down, allowing a little bit of storage at the surface before it goes into a drainage structure. And then the root system, the plus about having the plants in those areas, the bio-swales function better because those long roots, they get down into the soil, they open up the soil, they enrich the soil and make it more acceptable to infiltrate water. So obviously we weren't going to do that for the entire stretch, but at least out in front of City Hall.
Who's joining this meeting? Kim. I'd like to hear from Mike Kowalski because we had him with us when we were looking at some of these areas. And he's much more familiar with the drainage of our water and the kind of soils that we have. I know that we have clay soil with sand lenses, but I'd like to hear Mike's take on this because he was very influential in helping us to...
Certainly, anything we do is going to require maintenance.
Well, but it's more than that. It's just how, I mean, Mary, can I finish?
How difficult?
Mary said at the time that this was incremental improvement, incremental, very expensive. A bioswale is, at its essence, a ditch. You know, it's basically, that's what it is. I haven't seen anything that I thought that I would want to see out here. But the question is it really worth, is it that effective that it's really worth doing? I haven't heard from anyone that understands our soil, other than Mike, that says that it really is, and I'd like to hear from him. I mean, he deals with our water issues. This is our person.
As far as the area that we're talking about here, we do have a lot of clay in the ground. We do have, it's got to be constructed, as Gary said, Gary Tressel. This basically has to be dug down to get a pipe in the ground underneath, and they will put soils on top of it to help filtrate the water. But I guess I'm not really pro bioswale, and everybody will know that. I look at what we're doing on the north side of this complex. We're putting a 60-inch pipe in the ground to drain this whole complex. Basically, what you're doing right there, I think, is erasing pretty much everything you're doing right here, as far as a bioswale. Not that there isn't a place for bioswale, but I still have not seen a bioswale on a roadway yet, anywhere in the state. Every picture that he showed here, everybody that they showed, was either on a complex. I looked at the Botsford site here in July. It looked terrible. The pictures he had there were nothing like that. That must have been done right after it was, the pictures were taken right after it was done. Because I was there in July and it was a mess. That was one of the ones we went to look at. And it was terrible. I don't know exactly what the concept is. Now I'm hearing we might do grass. I don't know. I just don't see the benefit.
Well, I think what we're all after, I think there's consensus on the council that we want something spectacular out front. I agree with Ms. Jordan totally that it's got a lot of eye appeal with the road improvements, the lighting improvements, and everything, the public art that we hope to have out there, that it'll be an economic driver that will help attract new businesses and construction across the street. And no matter what we do up the center of this road, it's going to need some maintenance. So it really comes down to, I'm hearing your opinion. Don, you've expressed your concern.
I haven't finished.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, I know from the Finance Committee that you were not in favor. So we need to chew this over a little more and then decide, do we go to traditional landscaping or do we do the bio-swales?
We still haven't heard the cost estimate. We haven't been able to wrap our hands around it.
Can I just mention something, though, when we talked about, you talked about what it could look like. We also went out Woodward to where they had some beautiful...
Bloomfield Hills.
Yeah, Bloomfield Hills. And, I mean, that's really, they don't do it all the way through the median, but they have it at where you turn around and they don't overdo it, but they're so beautifully designed. That's spectacular. That would be fantastic here. We're looking for something that's going to, be outstanding. This just doesn't do it. Apart from I think it's not a practical thing, given our soils. And Mike has just said it would offset what we're doing here. But we want it to look good, but you've got to go out to Bloomfield Hills and see what's out there. It's gorgeous, gorgeous.
I've seen Farmington, I've seen Troy.
This Bloomfield Hills is totally different.
I've been out there.
Yeah, but it's totally different way to compare it. You've got houses all over Troy, little tiny crack like that. When you go to Bloomfield Hills, you've got a flower, something that you won't see anywhere. It's spectacular.
And the one that we saw had so much debris in it. Remember what you took out of there? Terrible. I mean, because
I went to one of them and I took a big ice bag out of the thing, plastic bag and a paper cup. But let me just say this to you about this whole process. I look at it that Evergreen Road between 10 and 11 needs to be improved. There's no doubt about that. And I say, okay, Lasher Road was a road that needed improvement, and it was done. So that to me is the basis of what I'm looking at. You talk about $6 million. Now, okay, so now if I need sewers and water system, then I take that and I add it to the project. I say, okay, besides what you see there, it needs this and this and this. It needs underground infrastructure. All right? Then you come up to it and say, okay, now what about these turnabouts, roundabouts? Okay, so then you say, okay, add 2 roundabouts to it. Right? And you keep adding on. That's what the problem with this is. It doesn't start from zero. It just tells you all these different things that somebody, put on here. I just tell them, Jim, the light posts themselves, there's different prices on light posts, depending on the kind you get. And there's also the height of the pole. And so then I say, okay, you need light poles. Okay, now show me the kind of light pole that you pick for this. How many do you need? Then you just keep adding on. Now when I went with Mike and Joan and Sylvia and Jim and whoever, the whole fleet here on a bus, the other thing was down by 10 Mile Road. You see a cut, and you see the road has to go crowned. The water's got to go to the center. When they shovel snow, that one middle lane will throw snow to the middle. When you have a cut, it's like your driveway. When a plow comes through, it plugs up your driveway. A sewer, the heat comes from way beyond and it melts the sewer. So water flows into it. This does not. So I don't know how many there are, but manually, that guy who's shoveling snow, somebody's got to come and open up every one of those cuts so that the water will flow off the road into this ditch. And so there's a whole different kind of relationship when you talk about those things that Mike has to work with. And yes, bio-swales, I guess, You know, if you want to be the first ones in the United States to do it, you go ahead and do it. Pay the consequences. And the consequences are that, to me, I haven't seen, you know, Telegraph Road, for example. 5 years now, we don't have water. 5 years, we got crap out there. 5 years, you got bushes that should be taken out, so all this stuff from Myers and everybody else doesn't blow across the road and get stuck over in the middle. So Great Lakes Landscaping has to come and take all that garbage out of the flowers. In other words, everything has a place that is not only beautiful, but practical. And so when they put them outside their buildings, that's practical. If people walk down and say, oh, this is beautiful. Same way as we do out front here. If you had a bio-swale out in front here, it'd be beautiful. I'm talking against the building. But why hasn't anybody else taken and put a ditch down the middle of their roads anywhere? I mean, show me one. Everybody's putting in new pavement constantly. And yet, everyone that you see, you know, has turned away from it, including the latest, as I mentioned, between 14 and 15 Mile Road, on Orchard Lake Road, Farmington Hills. They're stronger environmentalists than we are. And they killed it because of price and maintenance. All right? So I look at this and I said, you know, it's nice, but, I mean, I'd get sick if I had to look at this swale out here and look at what they have going down the middle of Northwestern that they keep playing with, you know, and they even put these sprinkling systems that high. But then I have to look and say, okay, what am I accomplishing? Okay, well, if the water is too high to the swale, then you have a sewer pipe that takes the water into the same sewer that you're not trying to put. It doesn't get cleaned or anything. It goes down the same way as everything else. So then it becomes something that is supposed to be beautiful because it doesn't function in the storm. It doesn't function anywhere but to view it. Well, I don't think when you see the perennials that they put in, it's changed. I mean, you look at the flowers there, sure, they're all blooming, but they don't all bloom at the same time. I got them in my yard, and I put them in my garden because I know this one blooms there, and this one will bloom in July, and this one will bloom here, and this one will bloom here, and that's how you create a garden. But each time one stops flowering, then you see a ditch. And so, you know, I mean, I know that this thing is loved by people who designed it, and I can't take it away from them because, you know, they spend a lot of time, and I know their heart is in it. But I don't want to see something that is a negative. If we have an activity on our front lawn, and you've got papers over here just flying in this thing, you know, and then you've got to send people out to go pick them up. I heard it's $100,000 a year, 3 times a week it's going to have to be maintained. That's a big thing. You cut the grass and you let it go. You can put up beautiful flowers. It needs water. It needs to have water out there to make sure that we have water all year round. But that has nothing to do with the ditch. That is to have some kind of green grass in front of City Hall, same as we have out in front.
Let's hear from a couple of people.
Yeah, but I just want to cover a few things, and because it's important. Because, you know, we're talking a lot of money here, and I really don't want to be rushed. I'll be like thing here that like Joan. I just don't want to be rushed this late at night, and we got Nancy's problem to deal with. But I got bounced for a hospital over there too. I looked at it. You got to go look at it. Somebody's got to take a picture of it. Yesterday when I was by there, if you can be proud of that, then I guess you can. But I talked about the cuts in the road. Yeah, I guess that covers it. And like I got a little note to myself. I said we used to have 2 ditches on both sides of Evergreen Road, and when we got sewers available, we closed them off. Now we're going to put a ditch in the middle. And I mean, it's life. It's life. And I was
forward as anybody else. I cannot find any of these things. I looked in the magazines I had, the Urban Land Institute, the only thing I see in there is in front of buildings, you know, as landscape. I don't see them in the middle of highway where they deal with salt and all this other stuff. I just don't.
Okay, Mr. Moss and Ms. Mark.
I have two questions. This is like a lot to digest right now. So we got a $750,000 grant.
450.
450. Okay, so we got
300 of
yeah.
our.
Okay. And we're matching it with 300. I mean, you know, was there a stipulation that, you know, the bioswale had to be a part of it? Do we score higher because of this bioswale? I mean, it seems like it's
that's a question.
Part and parcel to the whole grant.
Gary
mentioned that.
When we met with staff and everybody, there was a certain number of elements that qualify for a TAP grant and certain ones that don't. And one of them was to try to see if there could be funding secured for a bioswale. So it became part of the application, okay, is can you get funding for that? And the Michigan Department of Transportation and SEMCOG and everybody, as Lee said, is going to water quality as well as water quantity. And so when they saw that, they said, yeah, we kind of like that idea, and we'd like to see how it comes out and that kind of stuff. And so they gave you a grant for that. Okay, it's not the entire amount of what's going in.
It's a chunk of it.
You've got 40% of whatever is funded and the underdrain system that goes with it. Okay, that's part of the road project.
You know, I have a lot of thoughts. But my whole take on this is that at some point, some expert on environmental causes, but also on what would work in local municipalities and what wouldn't, said, you know, we're going to have this TAP grant, we're going to put it in a bioswale, that some expert at some point down the line said this is a good thing. And not only is it such a good thing, we're going to give communities money to implement it, to make it happen. And I'm not overly passionate one way or the other, but I'm not offended by anything that I've seen there. And you almost have to have a trust in the staff, trust in the people who work for the city that applied for this grant, that they did their research and did their homework and are going to make it work. You know, we take pride in our city. We take pride in the fact that, you know, we have to make sure each T is crossed, each I is dotted properly to make it happen. But I know that, you know, our staff takes pride in their work too, and that they're going to make sure that when should this be implemented as part of the grant, it's going to look nice. It's going to work for the city. You know, Don, you talked about, you know, this bioswale is going to be breaking new ground. That's the type of things I think we want to do in Southfield. I mean, there's kind of two thoughts. Why would we want to have this? But my whole thing is why wouldn't we want to? And, I mean, at this point, you know, we need to move forward, not with negligence, but by having a little bit of deference to the experts in this. And I'm listening to Lee and I'm listening to Mary kind of say this, and this is something that would, you know, could work. It's different. It's, you know, it's not just it's you know, we're choosing between a flower bed or a flower bed that waters itself. And it's like, you know, I don't understand why this is such a hiccup in the process. You know, we got to move forward on this. We have so much momentum going with Evergreen Road, and here we are talking about what type of flowers, you know, we would want to plant in the median. And it's just like, we can get really sidetracked and bogged down by the details, but I have full confidence that whichever way we go, and I'm leaning towards supporting the bioswale, I have faith and trust that the people who are here to implement it, the people who we've hired as experts to implement it, are going to make sure it looks nice, it's reflective of the city that we want to be, but we're getting sidetracked by a very narrow part of a huge construction project that has implications that, you know, we all said that city center is the #1 priority, and there are so many other moving parts of this whole construction project, but of the whole, you know, dense development of the city center that, as presented, I'm comfortable with moving forward with it, because I just give a little bit of deference to the people that have brought this forward, to the people that have implemented it into a grant, that said, you know, this is such a good thing for a community. This could make, you know, it could put us in some of these Urban Land Institute magazines if we do it correctly, that we're going to give you money to do it. So that's where I'm at, and I haven't.
How much money are they giving you? They're not going to pay for this if it fails.
But if you look at the second page, and I've been going through it, you know, the planting of flowers is comparable. Go to the perennial flower beds are going to cost us $100,000, and the maintenance of that. I mean, it's literally comparable.
It's not a function here. It's not a function. This is frozen over like your driveway will be when they come through. These got to be done manually. You've got an expert. You've got Public Works. I don't want a skating rink out there. I got one now. I got a skating rink. Just wait till winter time. I got all the skating rink you want.
But that's not maintenance, gentlemen. That's just
We got the mayors and we got Ms. Story.
I have a question, a couple questions. The plowing of the snow. If we do the traditional mound and the snow is plowed, it's going to sit there and run off onto the road anyway. Let me finish. I'm not debating. So we plow the snow. If there is no drainage in the middle, are we still going to have a drain on the side of the road like we typically do? Will we have that?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we plow the snow, sometimes it sits, sometimes, and then it eventually melts. And it has, and the way I see it, two places to run. It's not like you're plowing water to the center. It's snow. And we plow it, it goes to one side of the street or whatever, and it sits there. I don't care if it's mounded, ditched, or whatever, it's going to sit there. So what is it going to do, since you're saying no?
Okay, when you go into the circle, if there's a catch basin in here, the catch basins are warm underneath the ground. That temperature is 60-some degrees underneath the ground. And that's just like the service drive we have on 11 Mile, okay? You take everything on that one lane that goes into the center. Those catch basins open up because there's heat underneath there, and they open that up. When you have just a cut in there, there is no heat.
So which way do you plow it now?
You have, well, right now it goes to the side.
So why wouldn't you do that?
Because you can't do that. You have to take this inside because you have to open up, you have to make an attempt to try to open up those things. You can't do it. And our plows.
What are you opening up?
The cuts. That's what we're going to have to try to open up.
But those cuts are in the center. What are you talking about?
We're going to plow everything this way in this one lane. Okay?
Why wouldn't you plow to the side like you usually do?
Because we have when you do the islands like that, everything comes this way. It's a lot easier. First of all, the manpower we have right now and everything, it's going to be,
so if you plow to the center, and all you have is a mound of dirt there with no drainage, what's the difference?
Well, you're going to, when it does start melting, you're going to have water coming down into your lanes.
Well, it's going to do that anyway.
No, not if you have catch basins, because you have another line. And if the catch
so you mean to
warm,
tell me if we put this in there, we're not going to have any catch basins on Evergreen Road?
No, you're going to have catch basins on the side. You're going to, if you do this, you won't have catch basins in the center.
But you won't have them. You won't have if you put grass in, and you're saying you only can plow to the center.
You're going to take this lane to the center.
And so if we don't put this in there, you're going to have dirt. It's no catch. It's nothing in the center now, right? So if you're going to plow snow to the center, why is that a difference? Because if there's nothing in the center to catch it, if you just put dirt, it's going to sit there. Snow.
Okay. It's gonna sit here because there's no place for it to go. There's nothing. What we rely on is the catch basins to help open up those gutters.
But you're saying that it's going to be in the center anyway.
So it's going to be crowning like this.
But it's going to crown like that anyway.
No, it goes this way.
You know, but let me get to my next point.
Okay.
Because that to me just doesn't make sense.
Well,
you know, maybe I need another degree in something. But the other point is, I have lived in this city and watched the staff beautify this city. City Hall, the front of City Hall is amazing. I am proud to photograph it, to send it anywhere. I go to the Bird Center. It is phenomenal. This staff that has told us that they want to landscape this, some of the stuff we saw, they don't even have that limited ability to make it even look like that. And I trust them. The bio-swale, I mean, we need this construction. It blows my mind that we are so passionate about a bio-swale. And the fact that it's dirt and clay, we dig all over this city all the time. And we have to mediate soil. That's not a big deal. It is what it is. But the beautification, and I agree with the council members who said it, I have a very high standard because my staff has given me a high standard. They do a phenomenal job. And I'm very comfortable. If it's a bio-swale, if it's a mound, if it's a den, if it's a ditch, whatever it is, it will be something that will be featured in our calendar because they will plan it out. We have seen their work. We know they are exceptional. And so I don't understand how, if we're going to get a grant for it and we give it to them, and if they can't design it, then go the other way. The grant money will go away, but I would say move forward and trust the staff. Because
you can't correct it.
No, if you're going to plow to the center, it's going to sit there anyway if you don't have
You can't correct it after you do it, because your slant and your pavement is different.
I'm excited about that.
Well,
I mean, we were excited to do a grant that no one else had tried. We've done a lot of things. And I'm not,
well, do it somewhere else where it's not as prominent and try it.
Mayor, Mr. Thompson, please let me speak. The ability for us to connect on an issue is that we want that piece to be beautiful. And I think some of us are getting out of our lanes. I don't know why, because we have a whole room full of staff. We have one dissenting person from the staff who says, I don't like it, I don't want to do it. And he has the right to say that. But you have professionals that we're paying by the hour. We have staff here who are showing that they know what they do. Where is the trust in the staff? And we have the funding. If this was something we had to pay additional money and take away from another project, I would probably have some concern. But we are being given a grant. We have a room full of professionals. And I'm excited about that.
There's a room full of professionals that are telling you that this is going to work. I want to hear my group of professionals.
I'm talking to them.
I mean, I believe in our staff.
But
you're talking about something.
This is not a debate between
No,
you
it's
and
not
I.
a debate. But you should have got on. You should have went up and looked at it. No, but you should have gone with us and looked.
Don't talk to me about it.
No,
I got my opinion too.
No, but
I have my opinion too.
But we've seen it.
I have my opinion. I've seen things.
You can have an opinion, but go look at it.
Let's stop.
Well, I went out 2 Saturdays.
I understand.
And spent time looking at them. If you can say that's beautiful, something's wrong.
I'm not saying either way.
Mary Carl, I couldn't even tell you that.
Don, what I'm trying to do, clearly you know more about this than I do. And I'm trying
Well,
to
I made it a point to.
Then let
Yes,
other
$12
people
million.
speak. Let other people speak. We know where you stand. We know where Joan stands. We know where Sylvia stands. We could take a vote right now, if you want. But I have a question about the plowing. Wouldn't you, and this is for my edification, wouldn't you, when you came up northbound, wouldn't you start here and push the snow sideways?
Now, when you're doing,
like the mayor, I have a little.
When you're doing open road, like Lasher Road, or like Evergreen is right now, they go to the right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
When you're trying to open these, you got to try to open those cuts up, okay? Because you try to get that positive drainage. But
that's what
I have a problem with it. It's like a driveway.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to understand. Why it's hard for you.
Right. You got to try to get that opened up the best you can. But it's going to freeze. I mean, you're going to have problems with it. It's going to be something that's going to take some man-hours to open up by hand. Because with the piles and everybody, you just can't do it.
I want to get off this point.
personally, I can live with or without the bio-swale. What I want is a beautiful median. I want something drop-dead gorgeous, that you drive up that mile and you go, wow, I am something.
I want the same thing you want.
I know you do. You all do.
So do I.
So, if we don't have the support at the table, right now I know we have 3 no votes, and, you know, you've helped me, Don, on this issue. You've turned me, so I appreciate that, but we don't have to get crazy about it. I'm willing to give it up, the bio-swale, as long as we get top-notch landscaping. I cannot see big trees, shade trees in the middle, flowering shrubs, whatever, but we need to decide this. We've got a deadline that we want to meet. I'm excited about the things that are starting to happen across the street. And if the bio-swale is going to keep us from getting there, then forget it. But I think everybody wants to see a high-quality, 1 mile. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see.
Neither do I.
Yeah. So, Gary, if you have something else to add, fine. But I'm ready to move on this.
Let me just make a suggestion to help you understand what Mike and the mayor are struggling with is, if we were doing the northbound lanes, we would have all the pavement going like this, around the center line of the road, all to the outside edge, okay? And we would take this curb and we'd tip it down, so that the water, when the snow melted on the median, didn't run across the pavement and ice it up. When we talk about a bio-swale, we're going to do this, so that we can get water budget to the bio-swale, okay? And then to get the water off the road and into the bio-swale, we have to create openings, okay, for the water to run off naturally into the bio-swale, because it's not deep enough where you can build a catch basin and take it to a bio-swale with a pipe, okay? So you have an overland flow to the bio-swale. So what I think Mike Kowalski was saying is, when it's like this, he has to plow the snow that way, and that's what causes the problem. If it's tipped like this, he's going to plow it this way, so gravity works with his plow to get it to the outside edge. So once the decision is made and you say, I want a bio-swale, then the pavement's already poured this way. There's no way to go back and turn it the other way.
Exactly.
Okay? I just wanted to clarify that,
So
everybody kind of understood.
All right. You know, honestly, I'm ready to give it up. So we have four votes here that don't favor the bio-swale, and we ought to move on.
I think you actually have
Without-
5, but one person's absent.
Well, whatever.
I'm just-
It's still losing.
I know.
Yeah.
Well,
So let's talk about the trees. If we
So
can
is
go.
that where are we settled with that here?
Well, I think, I know where the 3 of you stand, and I told you I'd join you. So, as long as we get the landscaping and the other features that are going to dress this street up, fine.
Let me say something.
Yeah.
And it'll just be a short one. I can live with it or give it up either. But here's the thing that goes through my mind as we talk about this. For years and years and years, as we went to meetings, National League of Cities, Michigan Municipal League, people would get up in front and make presentations, and we'd say, ha 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 ha, we've been doing that for 10 years. Because we were always ahead of the curve. It's been, for the last 5 years or more, I can't say that. I go to meetings, and I hear people say things, and I say, wow, they're doing that? Because we haven't thought. I think we're stuck with our reputation that we have had for a long time, and we seem to be afraid to do something different so that we can get back out in front. And it's the old saying that if you're not the lead dog, every everything looks the same. That's the only thing that distresses me about this, but I can give it up too. This is not the hill I want to die on. But I think we need to, as a council and mayor and staff, we need to think about how do we get back to be the lead dog. And maybe this is not the project, but we got to start thinking about that. And I want a gorgeous front of this building, the same as everybody else does. Because I want to bring my family from out of town, and I want to bring guests from out of town, and drive down here and not say anything and let them say, wow. So that's my 2 cents worth. So I can go with the flow. If there's 4 already, I can make it 5.
Well, I can't. But, you know, honestly, as the lone person that's still in favor of the bioswale, I want to kick my feet in the dirt one more time, and then I'll move on, because I'm not going to die on this hill either. But this could have been something that was progressive, that was cool, that was different. I mean, if you go back to the anti-fracking measure that we got, you know, it was young people that brought that forward when they made that presentation. That's kind of that young emerging generation that's really conscious about these types of things, and is getting involved in kind of progressive, environmentally friendly type of projects. And I really wish we could have taken advantage of that, because that really we could have gotten some mileage out of that as some city that's doing something unique and different. And I'm disappointed, but this is too big of a project to care about, you know, one way or the other. But I don't support what we're doing.
That, you know, I don't like to be put in a position that I'm not progressive, but I am a realist, and I know we don't have money. We have no money in major roads, we have no money in local roads, and here you're now asking to do something nobody else has done, and take the consequences. And I'm saying is, we're not spending so much money that we can take a chance, and if it fails, that we can make up the loss, like Franklin Road. You had $1 billion project, you screwed up on the base, you put $800,000 up and collected. We don't have $800,000. I mean, I think it really, you know, Carpenter Lake and all those things, you know, when we didn't have money to build a nature study, we had how much money? 150?
800,000.
How much?
800, around
Yeah,
800,000.
and we had it in our pocket, and we didn't go forward. That would have been what you're saying. That would have been so unique. People would have been flooding to that, to see it. It didn't happen. But in front of City Hall, if they do these roundabouts properly with good art pieces, you'll see something that nobody else has. And art always stands out above everything else in the United States. It does. That's why everybody's into it. Everybody now is, you know, reading about, we have a statue park we just went through with Pumpkin Hills buying the farm. You know, I mean, I think they're progressive. They bought a whole farm just because statues, you know. Now it's kind of called a statue park or something.
It's actually nobody.
With nobody.
Yeah.
But
All
I'm saying is, I agree with you. I want to be forward too. I want to go out on the limb anytime I can. But right now, I don't have the money to take a chance. And it's like, here's our engineer telling you, if it goes wrong, you've got the roadway that isn't going to work. And that's simple matter. If it was just flat road, you change it, say, hey, this doesn't work, mow it all out, put whatever you're going to put in the planning, let it go. But in this particular case, you've got the infrastructure that has changed to meet the standards that you need for a bioswale.
We'll move forward.
Can I say something?
Let's fight about fighting.
No, I'm not fighting about it.
I know.
I'm just a realist.
Well, we're all passionate about it.
I sure don't want to see this crap like outside.
I have
and I
a
don't want to see
question.
Telegraph Road.
Telegraph Road needs to be fixed, you know, and talk about it. And Lasher Road, what they did to the right-of-way, that needs to be fixed.
Let me just have one thing there. If you look at the island, I just I got sick I got caught in a traffic jam.
Federal Mogul, there's a little concrete, Michael, a little concrete median there, the Federal Mogul. Federal Mogul, world headquarters, you come out there and you got that, you know, I know it's a county road, but you look at that island, it's almost embarrassing. You have a world headquarters building, and it's got all, it looks like somebody sprayed it with wood color.
My question was about if we take over the lighting and we man it, when we talk about reducing staff, is that something that we have internally looked at? What does it mean if we're gonna maintain our own lighting?
Probably outsource that.
You probably outsource it?
We figured that in the numbers.
We did.
We did?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the other question I have is why are flowers costing $92,000? Is that
Perennials, for a mile worth of perennials, that's not unreasonable, Brenda.
Well, Ken, I'm asking the question. I didn't say if it was reasonable or not. I want to know why it costs
something I know about. I buy a lot of perennials.
I buy a lot of perennials too, but $92,000.
Yeah.
Don't touch me.
Again, it's a mile of paving, and you're trying to make it the magnificent mile, and you're going to have to put perennials in it. You're going to have to do different kinds of plant beds and those types of things to make it the magnificent mile, or it's going to be just a mound of grass or a bio-swale, whichever. And so...
And none of the grants will cover this. This is happening under, is this coming under the federal part of the road?
No, this is coming out of city. If you look at how the funding source is, okay, you'll see that the funding source for that is from the city.
And what is the
but Mayor, with all respect, what we're going to try to do is if the bio-swale goes away, we're going to try to move some of these items to replace it.
Okay.
Okay? We're going to try to get you every dollar we
Save
can.
the grant dollars.
Yeah. We're going to try to move it over.
Then the last question is, what is the maintenance? It's $92,000 to plan them. Where's the maintenance? The new additional cost to maintain this?
You know, I have a suggestion for that. We're going to talk about the city center dues, and that they're stuck in 20-year-ago fee, and that it should be higher. I think the city center could be approached about picking up some of the tab for the maintenance of this media.
Do we know how much it'll be?
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't think we're at a point far enough along in the design to be able to tell that to you, because we didn't know till 10 minutes ago if we were doing a bio-swale. No. So we didn't spend a lot of time drawing anything to put hard numbers to it.
All right.
All I have.
Can we, Joan, I know you wanted to say something, then I want to talk about streets and the sidewalks.
I did want to say something, but I mean, it's pretty much kind of closed. Well, Eli Robinson used to say, is it cutting edge or bleeding edge? Most of it here remembers him, and I will say no more. I've got a couple questions though, and I want to know some things about this. What this is. Mary, want to stand over here?
Okay. This again is a conceptual, so that
Is this just colored in? I mean, what is it?
I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's just the plaza from Central Park right now as a placeholder there, and out there today it looked like it was a little further south.
What do you mean, this
That's
right here?
that's the pressed concrete material, and those are, probably could be a colored concrete. That's the planter bed. That's pavement.
The beige is
The beige is all pavement, so there's a kind of a urban, more paved area across.
Okay, so that, in other words, the median, you're just gonna have something like potted plants or something there? Potted bushes?
There could be some planters or trees and grapes.
Is there a reason that this is all concrete and not?
It's a crosswalk.
Well, that's a crosswalk.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be.
It's
No,
more
paved.
Ms. Seymour, when we have big events out front, it would be the way, it's like the Civic Plaza, when you open the whole thing up.
I understand that, but I mean, this is some sort of stamped concrete?
Yes, that's the same as the
But
crosswalk.
my understanding from Terry was that this would be if we wanted to put a stage here, but we don't, I mean, can
can people turn in there? I mean,
No.
cars can't turn in there, you gotta have something?
Well, it would be restricted if cars connected
Okay.
to it.
I mean, I don't,
You could put two giant planters in there.
you could put something in there to keep them out, but I
Like
I mean,
across the way they
the
have bollards.
stage, we've never put a stage there, the stage.
Well, for instance, I've seen, cement walls that are about this big.
Like
Like
a
statues.
Like a target.
We went over
Art,
there,
yeah, public art.
So they're not just posts.
Right.
We should put a statue of John Lewis there.
I'd vote for that. I'd vote
Sure
for
you
that.
would.
I would.
But I'll be standing right next to you.
Stick a drag real close.
All right, can we move on to talking about the trees and
Yeah,
stuff?
we need some direction on how many, like, do you like the landscape beds that are long, or do you want more of the trees and grass look? Where do you want it, I mean, or do you want us to come back with a proposal at a decent hour?
Go look at Bloomfield Hills.
I've been to all those places,
Well, that's
yeah.
what we like.
Yeah.
Where you have, where it's a
But how,
turnaround.
but we don't want that the entire length, or just?
No, you don't want it, like,
All right.
yeah, you don't want that.
We'll,
you don't
we'll
want it
come
all
back
over
with
the-
something.
Mary, you've done beautiful work. Come back with something.
Yeah.
Several bios.
We won't trust you.
No bioswales. The first one didn't have any bioswales.
But we don't, no trees, we don't need.
No trees down the middle, why wouldn't there be trees down the middle?
Well, you don't want to do what they've done on Big Beaver.
We don't want
They've
to-
got,
No.
We don't want to box her in.
Well, we won't, they don't have to do
have
that.
something, but you don't want to overdo it.
Okay.
So, and you don't
But
want
we
to
still have to have some.
Yeah, but.
Okay, we're moving on. We need to, another decision has to be made about the sidewalk, about the sidewalk and the trees. So,
Oh, by Mary Thompson.
right. So, we've received, feedback from Darla, Sam Boyd, the president of the Historical Society. They weighed in that they're fine with removing the trees.
They're fine with it.
Yes, they are. We also received feedback from the Southfield Community Foundation that says nobody knows we're here. That the house, when you go by at 45 miles an hour, the house is kind of hidden. There's all that out front. They favor seeing the trees go as long as there's trees on the side. So,
They're not really, I wouldn't even look
well,
at them. No, seriously,
yeah,
I mean,
that's
we're
fine,
giving,
and
we're
they can say
giving,
the same thing
I
about
know,
your
but
opinion.
we're,
Let's not go there.
we're giving them free space. They're not, they don't
Let's
do
not
anything for us.
go there, okay?
They don't do anything for us.
We don't need that. I'm just giving you the feedback that I collected for tonight, from, interested parties, for what it's worth. So, we have a proposal for, a split sidewalk, a 5 and 5, and then, for a 10, correct?
Yeah, the 10 would fit between the picket fence.
And I thought it was helpful
tree
today
hedge.
to be out there to actually see the lineup of the trees. So could someone tell us, once again, if we did the 5 and 5, what trees would be lost and what trees would,
Can we just get rid of the trees?
If you did the 5 and the 5, the row of trees closest to the existing walk would remain.
right.
If you did the 10, you'd have to tighten the walk up to right to the fence line, and I think it gets right to the mulch bed
Yeah.
of the tree. So you're covering part of the root system of the tree with the concrete walk. So,
I'd like to, do we need more, anybody has more questions to ask about this? Can we go around and, get a consensus on the 5 or 5 or the 10?
I do have one question.
Go.
What's the danger of getting into the under the drip line, into the mulch?
I'll leave that
The
to
danger of
the
trees.
experts.
Yeah.
Joel or Mary can answer that one.
Well, Joel jumped up, so.
Yeah. Well, the danger is, basically where the drip line is, or the edge of where all the leaves stop, that's where the feeder roots are for the tree. So when you start to encroach upon that, you start to impact where it's, you know, getting all the nutrients or the food for the tree, for lack of a better way. So, and I think, you know, with that said, I think with the 5 and the 5, you run the risk of still impacting some of that tree if you do the 5 to 5, or you do the 10 and go right up to the fence.
So either way, the trees are gonna be.
Yeah, but it's, you know.
Compromised?
I wouldn't, it would be.
The potential for compromise.
Potential, you know, I think it's, you know, because it is such a fast-growing tree, and it's an urban tolerant tree, you know, who's to say what happens if you know, put the walk in either direction. It may still survive, it may get hindered, or stun some of the growth, you know, for a couple of years, and it may come back. It's, you know, it's really just more of a gamble.
For me, putting it on both sides is more damaging than one side. And speaking, you know, again, I planted those trees. Jeff, remember when you got the tree grant? I'm not sure of the year, but it seems like maybe 15 years ago. So they, you know, they're not expensive trees in terms of like long-term giant trees. They're a fruit tree, a type of pear tree, so they could easily be replaced with the landscape.
I have a question. We have, I believe, 4-foot sidewalk out there, part of the way currently.
Which is 5, yeah.
I was thinking, since it's a divided, that perhaps it could be 4 and 4. So that you would have less root impact on, just in front of the house.
Certainly that, we can discuss that, but the guidelines for a multi-use path is 10 feet.
Oh, okay. Then you've answered my question.
There's also issues with Americans with Disability Act. You need 5-foot minimum for a wheelchair to turn around.
No, wait a second. We were, when we went further down, the sidewalks are only 4 feet, and I was told that 4 feet is acceptable. Well,
We had talked to Mark then.
They might be,
one is
they
going up
might
and
be
down, the other's
existing,
going sideways.
but in order for a wheelchair to make a 360, if they want to change direction for whatever reason, they need 5 feet wide. Now, they do have certain standards where if you're going through a doorway or stuff, but for a public walk, that's one issue. The second issue is if it's going to be maintained as a bike path, there's certain standards that we have to meet. And we're going to have 10-foot wide bike path the rest of the entire length, except for this small portion, to split them and then hope that people know northbound and southbound, even if you sign it. To me, then it just takes away the whole purpose of trying to have a multi-use path.
Okay, I can get past that, but I'm
existing down there.
Yeah.
And it's not being replaced.
Well, it better be. That's if
The walk
we're
on
gonna.
the
We gotta check with Mark Locke on that.
Yeah, according to the Terry, it better be replaced if we're gonna make it handicap accessible.
If the walk that you're referring to is on the east side, it will be taken out when the water main is rebuilt.
The what side?
Then it won't be taken out.
No, this is down 8 and 9.
8 and 9.
Oh.
8 and 9.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a small strip in there.
I'll show.
That's somebody else.
Yeah, that's not your project.
Yay!
So I didn't know, Zed, be 5 feet or 4 feet?
Can I clarify?
Yeah.
I need to wrap my head around it. So we have a 10-foot wide sidewalk and or bike path that's attached to it, and right here or so, we got to figure out what we're going to do with that. Are we going to split it around, or are we going to keep it at 10-foot wide?
And if we keep it at 10-foot wide, we have more
We're taking out
trees.
Okay. I mean, that's. Is there a way to keep? You know, I don't know. Is there a way to have it where one is bike, the bikes go one way and the sidewalk goes another way?
No.
You can fit the 10-foot walk between the fence and the mulch ring, so, I mean, that's pretty good.
And you have to keep in mind, I think you should build the 10-foot back by the fence instead of splitting it. Personally, we just came up with an alternate for you to look at, because we're going to be going through there with a water main as well. And so all the impact is to the rear of the tree. It's already covered by a sidewalk currently. It's just going to get a little wider. So, but with the water main going through and then putting walks on both sides, I think the trees are just time
they're probably
Short
not gonna
time.
make it for all this effort and discussion.
Mary, those trees that are there, how long does it take for them to get the height? Not the ones,
pear trees?
No.
The walnuts?
The ones, no, the ones that are down, south end of the Thompson farm.
Those are pears.
Those
They're
are
all,
the two
they're all,
No, not the old ones, I'm talking about the,
They're all pears.
the double
Those are all
rows, all,
pears?
those are all pears, yeah.
And they were 15 years ago.
Something like
You
that.
know, it's all a fog for me, but yeah, I think about 15 years ago.
Well, we have a tree fund,
Yeah, I mean, they're fast growers and they're mature now. I mean, I think they would be easily replaced, and I probably would even use something slightly different. And as you say, without the walnuts, we'd open it up in front of the house a little more so that people could see that through there. So, you know, of things that I worry about, those pears don't make me feel too bad if they were lost.
all right, so we.
I have a question, I have
Yeah.
a question.
Yeah, sure.
I don't understand why we have to have 10-foot sidewalks.
That was just answered.
I didn't hear the answer.
No.
I'm talking about the whole area. We're having 10-foot sidewalks for multiple use. I mean, we have such, you know, I don't see this crowd of people trying to walk down, wheelchairs, bicycles.
We just saw it today. We had 5 bikers that came by. But that's the type of thing we want to encourage.
That's what we're trying to create.
This is, we got one shot to get this right, and if we don't accommodate for bicyclists and for people to walk and for people to walk with their strollers, that's what we want, Joan.
And we want benches, and we want, you know, a sense of place.
Well, we have a sense of place. A 10-foot sidewalk, you think you're gonna have people coming here, you're gonna draw people from.
It's gonna happen.
Yes.
It's gonna happen.
Yes.
It's gonna happen. There's more development coming.
Got
It's gonna
110
happen.
people going into their lots.
Hey, Joan, you go drive down 275, and when you get way down south, you see 10-foot sidewalks in the middle of fields, going right around 275.
I think it's.
And people still are walking their bicycling down there, so.
Rollerblading, all that.
Oh, so we're denying them this opportunity by not having 10-foot sidewalks. I get it.
We're encouraging them with
You know, listen, you're one-on-one.
Yeah.
You don't win on this one, okay?
I'm a Taurus, I don't give up.
Yeah, we know that. Fine.
Well, no.
So,
You're a bull.
10-foot sidewalk,
I'm a
Ms.
customer.
Jordan.
Think about that.
5 and 5.
10.
What's that?
We're going, a consensus on
Yeah.
5 or 10.
You want two 5-foot sidewalks with
No, I
a
don't
tree,
want that.
with trees down the middle.
No, I don't.
All right, so we have 5 and 5, 10.
10.
10.
5 and 5.
And I'll go 10, so it's 10.
So you win every time.
That's why I'm the chair.
But listen, I'd like to see some kind of a landscaping plan for Mary Thompson house.
Okay.
And
I would
that's,
too.
that's gotta be special too.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's gotta be special too, because, you know, and whether the foundation stays there or not, that's too bad. They should advertise that.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Well, they need more visibility.
They're not part of us. They don't do anything for us.
I thought they were.
Can I make an observation?
They're making an
This is not a critique on anybody. I think we could improve a system here in Southfield by which information that comes through committees gets delineated better to all council members. A lot of this was hashed out at finance, and that's the role of the finance committee, but I felt a little bit at a disadvantage coming into this meeting compared to the real workout that was done in the finance committee.
I wondered if that might.
And I agree with you on that. I think there needs to be, across the board, a better reporting system from our committees to the rest of the council. I absolutely agree.
Jeremy, that was supposed to happen at 5 o'clock today. That was our understanding that was, we were gonna have that big discussion.
But if we had it at 5 o'clock or if we had it at 10 after 10, it's the same.
You would have seen the same thing that we saw, and you would have heard the same.
But I'm not critiquing, I want to improve it. Yeah.
something that is this important should have had several meetings of the full city council.
Yeah. Yep. Well,
It's
that's what
that
I'm trying to
important,
do.
it's that important that, yeah, it could have gone to committee on the finances, but it should not have gone as far as it did by 3 people. It should have gone,
I agree with that.
the whole way, because, I mean, it is a major project. It's something we're gonna have.
And that's why that's one of the reasons why I do the president's memo, because I felt many times, things happen at the council president's meeting and I'm out of the loop. So, but you have a final comment.
Just 2 quick questions. Everybody is on board for crushing the road and reusing it for ag base.
Where are you gonna say?
We have to solve that with everybody. Last time we crushed your ball field parking lots and used that as base in the back. Okay, that was already done here on this site. Okay.
So we're good for that.
Okay.
I just don't want to cross the street there empty lot.
Understood. And the other thing was that you are going to have a private lighting system that you're going to own yourself.
Right.
Okay, I just want to walk away because I didn't hear the
It'll
final.
pay for itself in the long run.
It will.
It'll be yours, but it'll pay for itself.
What will pay for itself?
Yeah, I want to get back on the
Thank you all for your help.
All right, thank you. All right, we have one very important item.
Just one thing, we agreed to a bio-swales.
I got my answer in
We
there.
disagree to. Okay.
What are we gonna do with Nancy?
Nancy's has requested, she made a request for me to put her staffing concerns on the agenda, so this is her time. And I understand she's got a presentation for her.
Oh, wait, gotta get him on. Oh, okay.
If we wait a few more minutes, I can say good morning, council.
Let's not
It's kind of early, but I'm gonna try to go through. I think as everyone is aware, we have had 2 retirements here in the city clerk's office, and mostly recently, the deputy city clerk has also announced that she is retiring. We talk about succession planning in this city, and before you this evening, I want to show you that at one point, we had succession planning in the city clerk's office. We had 11.5 members of our team. When the office coordinator on the right-hand side position retired, the position was never filled. And the duties of that position went on to the deputy city clerk and the clerk. From the office coordinator position, we had a government services aide individual who served as part-time in the record center and part-time with the elections. When she retired and left the city, her duties then went on to the record coordinator, and her election duties were then split to the other government services aide. We then had our government services aide, who, in addition to doing the elections, also worked with our qualified voter file system, absentee ballots, et cetera, et cetera. We tried to get her reclassified with the PDQ system. Unfortunately, we were told that she could not get reclassified. She left our department and moved out of the state of Michigan. When she left, all of the QBF was divided between 2 of our clerk positions. And the election work also went to the executive secretary, administrative assistant positions. Then when our, one of our clerks left, on the right-hand side, she did birth and death records. When she left, all of her work then went to the other clerk. Now, we've had a recent retirement, and I hope you're following me on the right-hand side. When the other clerk position left, oh, on the far right-hand side.
Yeah, but where is she?
When Chris left.
When Chris left. All of the QVF and everything that she did was then divided amongst people. Also, on the far left-hand side, when our records coordinator left, that position also was not replaced. And again, went up to the deputy and the clerk and the executive secretaries. We've also lost another executive secretary this year to retirement. So her work was split now to the other executive secretary, the deputy clerk, and the city clerk. Presently, we have, with the retirement of the deputy clerk, 2 individuals remaining in the city clerk's office. This is a charter mandated office, and I feel we are in crisis mode right now. I am asking that council consider allowing us to hire 3 members for the clerk's team. We have elections coming forward. We have new people that need to be trained. We have a very active gubernatorial election coming forward next year. I have been told that within the next 2 years, we're going to get all brand new voting equipment. And I want to remind everyone that outside of the duties within the charter of the clerk's office, we handle birth records, death records, business licensing. FOIAs have gone out of the roof. In fact, if I could give anything away, I'd love to give FOIAs away. We need 1 full-time person just to handle the amount of FOIAs that go through our office. We handle anything and everything with the election, from hiring, training, voter registration, voter cancellation, setting up the ballots, absentee ballots. Right now, we're trying to process about 6,000 applications we have in our office. Liquor licenses, any and all work of the Southfield City Council and records retention. This cannot be done with a total of 3 people. And we are putting the city at risk. We are putting the election process at risk. And I am here before you. I've tried, and that's why I present this flow chart. We have tried, humanly possible, to delegate the work. Now, we've got too much work piled on too few people. They are getting tired. I have 1 staff member of the 2 remaining who's also eligible to retire and also made some comments. And we are not in a good situation. I've got to bring some people in. I've got to train some people, because we have not only our city election this year. I was just informed today, thank you, Councilman Cassie, that there will be a school millage on the election. We never knew about that. We did not plan for that. So now that's changing the whole game plan. In addition to our big election next year, new precincts, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm here, I'm asking for help. I'm asking that you please allow me to hire 3 people. I will do it 1 at a time, and we will go through the process, and we've got to make sure that we get the best qualified individuals in that department.
Nancy, can I ask a qualifying question?
Yes.
And also, you're going with all new precincts.
That's correct. The whole city.
Right. And they all have to be renumbered.
Everything's, yes, that's correct.
In your database.
That's correct.
Which is a big project.
That's correct.
So you're asking for 3 people. Does that include filling the deputies?
That does not include filling the deputy position, that
Do
does
you
not.
plan to fill the deputies position?
Yes, pursuant to the charter says that, I am allowed to fill the deputy position. The word is out there. I presently have been interviewing people. My present deputy is in the back of the room. Together, we are going to pick someone. I would hope and pray I could pick another Sue Silva, but you're not going to find anyone who's going to carry on 12 job duties like she does. I mean, I don't think, and maybe you realize around this table, last year's presidential election almost killed us. We, and only the clerk's office did it, we trained over 500 people on e-poll book. It was a grueling task. We started in February, every single week, sometimes twice a week, in addition to all of our other job duties. We're not trainers. You know, people ask us to do something, we do it. We're just going to have to change the way we do business until we can build the staff up, because right now, my staff just cannot do it.
The 3 people that you're asking for, what duties do you expect that you're looking to fill?
What duties?
Yeah.
Everything on this chart. First of all, everything on this. Okay. Well, as far as the positions, I'm willing to work with our Human Resources Director on that, as far as, you know, there's certain classifications where certain jobs, and I'm sorry, it's late. Within the union classifications, it will be something within this group. Example, I don't know if a clerk can do, like a clerk level example might be too low to do all of the qualified voter files.
Okay, let me ask the question a different way. If there weren't any restrictions put on you, except that you could only hire 3 people, what are the most important pieces of work that you need to have done that you would have these people doing? There's primary work, there's secondary work.
That's correct.
Okay, so these boxes have names to them. What 3 boxes would you fill?
I probably a government services aide, a clerk, and it would be nice to also have another executive secretary or a part-time or something.
Okay, well, at least that gives
right.
me an idea.
But you know what, I guess it just depends. Example, if I bring someone in that's really strong, that can multitask several projects, I might not need higher level. I understand what you're saying.
When you advertise,
we need someone to do the election work.
Okay, when you advertise, do you have to put the job duties?
Yes, we will, and it will be strong computer skills, Microsoft skills,
Okay.
writing skills. You know.
Then when you, in other words, when you get that person, then you will fill the box.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
all right,
And I'm not asking for, you know, I'm going to go through the process.
Okay.
So, I mean, right now I'm just trying to figure out how we can survive, how we can move forward.
Yeah, Nancy, are you not, your appointment for the deputy, you're going outside for that person?
Right now we're interviewing inside and we're interviewing outside.
Inside beyond your staff?
There is no one on my staff that is qualified.
Okay.
So did you post it?
It has not been posted, no.
But you're interviewing?
People have contacted me, the word is out.
Okay.
I have a...
I'm not finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Right now you have Peggy and you have Cindy and Denise.
Denise is not a full-time, Denise is not a,
She was non-career?
she is a non-career.
Okay, so you've got, how many people besides
Two.
yourself? Two besides yourself?
That's it.
And that's not counting Denise, so you've
Well,
got one-
Denise is not a,
I'm saying, you've got Peggy and Cindy.
Cindy, that's
Those are
correct.
the two people you have.
That's correct.
The other one is non-career.
That's correct.
Okay.
Ms. Jordan, I have a question.
Okay, Nancy, you said you needed 3 additional people plus the deputy?
That's correct.
So you're saying you need 4 people?
That would bring you up to 7, correct?
Now, is that converting the one employee?
Counting her.
Yeah, that'd be 7.
That would be 7, or, I could even do 2.5. You know, I need someone with the elections. I need to start training people on the elections. If you look at this chart, I had 1, 2, 3, 4. The secretaries, would assist. The record coordinator, we all work we work together with elections. Last year for the presidential election, all of us, and if anyone was in our department, Mayor Lawrence, you were even trying to help us, we did not have enough people. So I'm trying not to put too many people in, but reality is we're a large community. When you look to any of the surrounding communities, Farmington Hills, Troy, Sterling Heights, they all have 5, 6, 7 people. And then we have to be creative, like example, a big presidential election, even though it happens once every 4 years, we're going to have to bring other people into assistance. We cannot do everything.
I understand that there is an additional need for your office, but I guess what I'm not really seeing is who does what. This is sort of, it's not really clear. And I'm also concerned about exactly what you do, in terms of being the clerk. Because when you look at the clerk and the treasurer, it's an elected position, but you're elected to work full-time. So how does that fit into the full scale of what's happening in the office?
Well, the clerk...
Who does what? You see what I'm saying?
No, I do,
what
and
exactly do you do that only you do? What does the deputy do? What do the other people do? Because if just the duties, who does what in the office?
Well, and I tried to put it together this way, example, the flow chart, because to try and list every single thing that everyone does. First of all, we all try to work together and cross-train. The clerk can do everything. The clerk basically does everything. I've been at the counters. I can issue birth and death records. I can sign everything. I can do anything and everything with elections. There's some things because I'm elected, I don't think it's good for me to do, so I try to have the deputy or other staff members do. As you can see, I've taken over the minutes. I do some of the transcribing. So,
but again, I'm going back to being elected and paid the salary, looking at exactly, clerk and treasurer full-time. So you're going to have some full-time duties to go along with being elected and the salary that's given you. And so I'd like to see just exactly who does what in the clerk's office. That's my one question. My other question has to do with the process of selecting a deputy. How are you doing that?
Well, according to the charter, the clerk has the right to appoint a deputy. And with my previous position, there is a job description. People approached me to the position. We did not advertise outside the organization. We advertised within the organization at the time, and there are a few outside people that applied. We have a job description that we are hoping that people will meet. And I'm very sensitive to try and get someone that is going to be able to work with council, is going to be able to represent me when I'm not here, in addition to doing a lot of the other duties that I presently do.
I guess
overseeing.
the big word that really sort of bothers me, people approach you. Why is it advertised? Does it go through human resources? I need some, is this gonna be a selective, subjective appointment? Is it open for anybody to apply? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm hearing some words I'm not comfortable with. In terms of how are you going to select your
The charter basically does put that person within the clerk or the treasurer's purview, subject obviously to your confirmation. So whoever Nancy chooses from whatever process, it still is going to come back before this body, and you would either approve or not approve that person. So you know, the charter does say that it's just like when Mr. Lowenberg hired a certain individual. I don't know that was opened up through a you know, a very sophisticated HR type process.
But why not if it's
I'm not, right, I'm just saying that the charter does say that obviously the clerk has the right to pick a deputy, but again, it's subject to your confirmation. So if, again, I suppose if you didn't like the process, and therefore you said, you know, I want the process to be different, then I'm not going to confirm somebody that is, you know, wasn't subject to a process that we agree with. But the charter really does say that person would be,
That's her choice.
is within the discretion of the clerk or the treasurer.
But what has been done in the past, for example, you're going to be selecting a deputy.
Yes.
And so what's going to be your process?
We've worked with HR, we've come up with a job announcement. It's going in various legal type publications, the Michigan Bar Journal. It's going to go to the Straker Bar Association, which is traditionally a more minority kind of bar association. Yeah. We're going to go through the Oakland County Bar Association. So we're going to put it in various places, probably a few newspaper articles, probably the Southfield Sun, just so that we get it out there in terms of as broad an array, so that people, you know, would want, that saw it and wanted to apply would know about it.
So the charter basically says you have a right to appoint a deputy.
You know what, it's not, it does not say that. The charter says that the city attorney can appoint assistants subject to. The only mention of a deputy per se in the charter is through the clerk and the treasurer. So it's a little different language. It's a little different.
I guess I would like to see this position mirror. I know we're dealing with two different sorts of positions in terms of attorney, but the deputy clerk is to me, should be a qualified person as well. But I think are you working with HR?
I am, and I would hope that everyone around this table would have the confidence in me.
It's not about confidence, Nancy, it's about the process. And I want to make sure that everybody is given an opportunity, even though they're in the clerk's office. You said they're not qualified.
They have expressed they are not interested. Okay. So let me backtrack. Again, they are not interested. That's correct.
You did say they weren't qualified.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I apologize. It's midnight, and I take back what I said. They have expressed, because one person, someone did ask someone, and they said, yes, I could do it, but I am not interested. I don't want the responsibilities and the pressures that come along with the position.
Well, I'm just concerned about the process, and I want to make sure that people know about this position inside and people given an opportunity, and not people approaching me. I'm just concerned about the process.
Well, and just because people
about who's doing what. And at this point, I don't see where you're asking for four people.
Well, right now I wasn't talking about the deputy clerk's position. I'm only talking about the jobs within the office.
Right, and that's
right now trying to survive. Right. That's correct. Right now it's trying to survive.
And you've got three now.
I think I was next.
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, well, we've gone around, so I want to to your credit, we have never had an election fiasco here. True, in 2008, in the Obama first election, we had an unexpected amount of people come voting early, but that was kind of a national phenomenon. But over the years, you know, and I never wanted to see Southfield in the headlines like Detroit has been for elections, or Florida, or Ohio, or any of those other fiascos. That's not something we want. So, you know, much to your credit. I'd also comment that you can hire good people, but it takes time to make them a seasoned person like Sue.
Absolutely.
She's tremendous. It's going to be a real loss. You've had a tremendous brain drain in your department. Really a lot of turnover. So, but I would agree with Ms. Jordan. I think the position you pick, but you know, we don't even know what this person is paid, or what
well, there's a range.
Yeah,
I mean,
know,
this is not something I would just make up.
I know that, but we're not privy to that. But I would be more comfortable if you posted the position, formally posted it. That's just my view. I agree with you. Anybody who's interested, that doesn't mean you're going to hire them. You screen them, and you try to find a clone of Sue, if there's such a thing. But I just don't think people should approach you, and then you're making that choice. I just think to protect yourself, and for just the whole organization, post the job. And then you do your interview.
No, and I can do it. You know, again, this is all new, and this is not something I wanted to do while my president's deputy is still here. I mean, it's just, I don't believe in trying to replace before they're gone. She has agreed to work with me as far as training and working, you know, interviewing the individual. So I think together as a team, we are going to select the best person to represent the city, work with this honorable body, and I know we'll find someone.
So now my other question to you is, I do think you need help. Now it's how much help. I did not know that you were going to ask for 3 people. I had talked to Jim about 2, and I really was a little foggy on appointing a deputy that solely that was your, I hadn't read that part of the charter in a long time. So, can you live with 2 additional people?
You mean outside of the deputy and 2 additional people? I'm willing to try it, and if it doesn't work, I can come back. You know, as long as I guess there's a little flexibility when it comes to the election, which I've talked to Jim about.
But you bring people in anyhow.
Right. Well, sometimes
It's the expertise.
It's the expertise. I can't put everything on everyone on the qualified voter file system. It's connected to the Secretary of State site, so there's security issues, there's computer issues, and even when we were at full capacity, there were just certain people that did certain things, and then that way, if there was a problem, we were able to go back to try and resolve, to try and fix it. When you have 12 hands in the pot, and if an error is made, it's difficult to figure out where it came from.
Well,
we have a lot of checks and balances in our office, with the whole process. And
I think you've been a team player as far as everybody's taken a hit around here, and we're still in crisis. And you tried to make it work, and I agree with you. I think you're at a point where it's just like the legal department. How much more talent can you lose? So I'm supportive, but I can't do 4 people, counting the deputy. I just think you need to see how it works getting some other people in. I mean, that's just my opinion. I know a couple of other people wanted to say something.
And then if I can also add, we also, you know, we try to be a team player, like when the switchboard, there's no one there, my office takes it over. When it comes to the trash bags, our office takes it over. So we work a lot with a lot of the other departments. When we have a low, we go to various departments and try and assist them with their filing. We bring everything into our office. So it's like we're never really sitting there doing anything. Right now, even though it is a low, we're bombarded with birth records, garage sales. You know, we service the public. People come to our office, people call our office because they know they're going to get a body. You know, and then it's also, we represent council. I mean, people call our office for counsel, and they don't know where to go, so.
Okay, Mr. Moss.
Yeah, my comment is that Denise works in the office, not full-time, so I don't know what the HR is.
She is full-time, she's not a career employee.
She probably should be.
That is exactly the route that I'm
If
going.
I were the union, I'd be after you about that, or you guys.
Yeah, would that solve anything by putting another person in there as a career employee, or she's already doing?
Well, she'd have to go, I mean, she's been doing the job for a long time. Actually, if she leaves, I have no one else left for the election. If she leaves, there really is.
So if somehow she
there's
was
no one
made,
left. I can't have Cindy do any more work than what she's doing, and Peggy is on overload.
So if she was made career, that wouldn't affect anything with the performance of the office.
That's just one person. I need another one.
All right, that was my confusion.
Somebody else?
I just have a question.
Okay.
Shouldn't this position be posted inside? You haven't posted
Well, I haven't posted anything because I have not been authorized to hire anyone. I've spoken
But
to.
the deputy.
Okay, we're not even talking about the deputy position right now. Right now, we're talking about the staff members. I've spoken with Jim Charette. I've presented this to Sue Ward. This is something Jim and I have been talking about over a year. I've been saying, Jim, I need people. So I'm willing to go through the process, whatever, you know, it is through HR to hire. And I can't hire, like, two people all at once.
But the deputy, I mean, the deputy needs to know something about the city, and I would think you could post it inside. You know.
I would do it internally and externally.
I would, yeah, but to not.
Just keep it open, above board.
But to not even post it inside, I think you're.
And I'm not worried about the deputy position. We will post it, and we will get the best qualified person for that. It's
hopefully somebody that knows the city.
It's the other areas.
We need, you need two now, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I think that we should authorize, two individuals that HR be involved in the hiring of, those two, and then they report back to the council on a flow chart that takes in the two that you hire.
And what their duties.
And the duties are.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Would that, if Denise became full-time, would that be included?
She'd be one of the people.
And then she could probably bring on somebody additionally hourly.
Another non-career.
Another non-career, so make Denise career and then start somebody at a lower salary because they're completely new at an hourly rate, and then you would really only have to authorize to bump up.
Why don't we leave this up to, HR still here?
Yeah, she's here.
Okay.
Boy, the girl just keeps hiding in the back.
We're talking, you're gonna replace the deputy, and we're talking about two people.
That's
Okay.
correct.
But
I'm not.
Nancy said the deputy isn't that important.
Yeah. Well, one of them should be Denise.
It should be Denise, because then you can start
But
somebody off at a
the thing is,
different
we have
salary.
to
We don't
we have to go through the process.
But there
will be a process. I mean,
But you already said she's qualified.
But you do have to
yes,
post.
she is.
You do have to post, and there are certain
Yeah,
requirements.
it's a
but-
union.
Right, absolutely.
No, I get it. So,
But we need two plus Denise.
No.
Right?
No.
No, 2 plus the deputy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, 2 plus the deputy.
Right.
But what I'm trying to say is, how they work it out, I think you have to work it through HR.
Right.
I think you heard primarily what we're talking about, and then come back to council with a flow chart where we incorporated the 2 new ones and their duties.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah. Ms. Jordan, you all right with that? Mr. Fraser?
I'm all right with that, but even to maybe alleviate the burden even more, adding that hourly non-career person, I don't know. But I'm okay with what
Well,
was on.
I was gonna kind of leave that up to them.
Yeah.
With the recommendation to us.
Okay, all right,
Rather than us trying to figure it out.
that works.
Yeah. Ms. Seymour? Okay, and Mr. Prokopy, obviously, you are. All right, Mrs. Mayo.
2 things. The same issue is present here, because we have a flow chart of the way the clerk's office was when there was 11 and a half members. The reality of that ever getting back to that staffing is very unrealistic. We need organizational flow charts that really reflect the staffing that we need to get the job done. And this is going to continue to be not able to answer the questions that the councilwoman asked. What are they going to be doing? What duties are you going to consolidate? This is not just the clerk's office. This is the entire city. And I keep saying that until we get on paper, what does it take to run our city? Then we can support. It's easier to support the budget. It's easier for them to understand that this is the staffing we need to get the job done.
And I believe the administrator is working on that.
Well, we need people in the water department. That doesn't even come into general fund.
I don't know.
And I will.
They're really short.
And Mayor, I'll provide that information. I just haven't had an opportunity to do it, so.
And I do want to say this. We are a company, and it should not be, well, we're just hiring somebody. Everyone in this organization should be following our HR process. I don't care if it's your appointment or whatever, because if the EO complaint is filed, it doesn't stop because I have to appoint it. It covers the whole organization. And so all of our department, and we don't train anymore, and it's people acting in department head positions. We need to really make sure that we're tight on our HR, because that is, and I'm confident that she's going to pick the best person, because I know Nancy, she's going to make sure they can do everything they need to do. But if her process is flawed, then it doesn't mean anything. But I think everybody it should be optional.
I think you should fix your new lot for you as well.
Again, when you look at the water department.
First things first. Okay, in terms of a concept of how to go after this. Okay. Dispatchers, life and death. Public safety. We need to hire some dispatchers. So council's already said, go ahead and hire those cadets. That's been fine. Okay, but I don't want to be putting out a job announcement for dispatcher without council and the mayor knowing about it.
And we're down, and you're paying a lot of overtime.
And
So,
police chief has asked.
we don't need to debate that, do we?
But Jim, I think you have to bring that to us. If these are serious positions that we're short, that have a definite effect on the operation of the city.
And when Nancy made the point, charter, elections, huge. Okay, those are the kinds of
Public safety?
Yeah, those are the kinds of parameters we need to set up to responsibly fill some jobs.
Yeah.
All right, so you don't want an authorization or about the dispatchers tonight, or do you?
No, I do.
I will.
I will support it. Support?
How many?
Two.
Yes.
Support is asked for.
Yes.
Okay, you got your green.
And I want Jim to look at the water department, because they are really short. that doesn't come out of the general fund.
Okay, we're at that point in the meeting where we have, anything council wants to add.
Just bring in.
I have two things, if anybody else doesn't have anything.
Let's hear what you have to say.
Sorry.
First of all, it's not my thing, but Shelley, asked me to pass this out as a reminder about the Relay for Life. So there's a flyer coming around. I believe they're meeting at 10:30 tomorrow. Wednesday, 10:30, Wednesday. Well, it is. The second thing is, I want to refer this to the administration and I don't know who else can get it, do it. It's probably going to involve you. We got a call from Kuzola Wynn of Garden View Apartments. I called her back. She is telling me that there are squatters in the building. They're breaking down doors. The management isn't doing anything about kicking them out. There's no working AC. There's no working elevators in the south wing of the building. Those two towers.
Where is it?
Right next to
Garden View.
Right next to the place where it's
Right.
shut down. We didn't shut down.
The landlord doesn't respond to anything. There's no laundry facility. They've closed them. There's water damage in the building. She says, and again, I'm just telling you what I haven't been in the
talked to her
building.
too.
But yeah.
Well, I know a little bit about this because Beth had Garden View Apartments in court a year ago, similar to where we are with Providence Place. And what was happening is there was a mortgage forfeiture, so there was really no owner. The bank hadn't yet completed the forfeiture. We just checked records again because I had heard about this going around, right? And there is the bank now has completed the process and they're the owner. So now we have someone to go against.
All right, this is how we made progress in Providence.
Right.
We found out who's holding the mortgage,
Yeah.
and we hammered him.
Right.
So I'm not done.
Okay.
She says there's mold in the stairways. There's these water leaks. And then, very disturbing, she says that there are people in the building that tote guns openly, and
You have a right to do that. Openly, you don't have to have it. You have a right to tote them openly, yeah. You need a license to.
It doesn't sound like the apartment building I'd want to live in. That's my point.
I don't disagree with
So,
okay. And I know, I talked to Terry last week, and he already had gotten to the state, because that's who regulates the elevator being down.
So she called the city and said, can't somebody come out and inspect? And she was told by the building department that we only do the common areas.
And a lot of that is the common area.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's the wrong answer.
This is health safety.
Yeah. We need to get out there.
This is just, we have a bing, 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 right, that whole corner there of really what's come down to slumlord.
Yeah, it's bad.
And that's gonna kill it.
We're gonna have to.
Well, we'll have to go to a full court on this one.
Yeah, I mean, the only way we got their attention.
Council
We
President,
threatened eminent domain on them.
why are we not moving to contract someone to go in and inspect these buildings? I keep bringing this up. That is Southfield, and that is an embarrassment.
And we made it
It's
a priority
unacceptable.
in our visioning
But
session.
where are we moving on? This is unacceptable. I told you, when I got that call about Providence, and this lady called me too, and I called her attorney, I said, you are not telling me the truth, it couldn't be true. And I drove by Providence, because we hammered them.
Yeah.
They had trucks everywhere. There's no trucks, and I can tell you the condition of those roofs and that area, it's gotta be raining in there, and those buildings are not being painted. Common area, doors are not locked.
We should condemn the place.
Well, with respect to Providence Place, I mean, I know maybe on that day, but realistically, I mean, we are in court with them. We have an order with dates. The judge is watching each of those dates. The building department is watching them. In terms of habitability, the mold is gone. The asbestos is gone. The sewage is gone. Are they perfect? Absolutely not. But in terms of the health, safety, and welfare of the residents there, it is much better. Our only other option is you padlock them, and where are all those people going to go? So we took the position is hammer them, hammer their mortgage company, get those owners in, and we've done that. And a lot of those serious health hazards, for example, what probably contributed to Xavier Joe and the asthma was those elements, and they have been remedied. So
in all the buildings?
Yeah,
or just
on those we have. Now the two 4-story buildings have had new roofs. The next step on roofs
They're
is
They're not done.
well, that's not what building tells me. They tell me the 2 roofs on the high rise are done, and now we're going to the garden ones.
Well, there's no one out there working.
Well,
But
the blue tarp is gone on the Whitehall.
Well, this is the thing. If we had a contractor, because our building department just can't do it. We keep saying the building department. We know the reality they can't. I'll tell you another one. You go over there to Southfield Tower. They don't keep up the landscaping. There's pieces of wood hanging off of it. There's people random around there. That building it used to be a gym, and I mean, just driving in there, I would feel safe.
Here's the tough decision we gotta make. We have to be willing to use our power of eminent domain for padlock on these places.
Well, we condemn it, right.
I'm ready to do it. We have to mean what we say.
You've gotta relocate the folks, you know, you gotta do this, you gotta do that.
Well, morally, you know what happens just like at the Holiday Inn up there. Where are people gonna go? And if we don't offer any service, where are they gonna go? Most of them are in those buildings because they don't have good credit records.
Well,
Exactly.
this woman is Section 8.
Okay. Well,
And that's another, how does Section 8
they're
get
supposed
to
to
keep
inspect
those
it.
buildings?
I agree with that.
You know what she's telling me? She's telling me she spends more time at her mother's house because she doesn't feel she can, but she doesn't want to lose her voucher. So,
Is her voucher through us?
We should be looking at this. We got a Section 8 voucher.
That's a long way in
Well,
to get them here.
Section 8 or no.
No, we agree. This should not be.
Put this on another agenda.
Yeah, well, we're done, really.
We need to get into this subject though.
Department inspections and the discussion.
If you have the inspections, great.
Leave it
But
all
when
in.
you get a bunch of defects, and you cannot get an owner that's responsible, you hammer them to the person of specialty, at some point, you have to be able to go to the hammer.
Yeah, right,
The
absolutely.
only time they will listen is where you say, okay, we're gonna use our.
They have to know in Southfield, you cannot keep a building like that, we'll shut
We
it
may have
down.
to take a building and say, you know what, that's what we're gonna have to do. Whatever it is.
I want to move on because it's 12:20. Mayor, you had something you wanted to announce?
Yes, I wanted to update you on the Korean Sister City project. I want to thank Shelley, she's not here, but Marty and Shelley has been really phenomenal. We have a date, the delegation is coming in 6 people. They'll be staying at the Westin Hotel. They gave us a great rate. They'll be here for
The September 3rd?
yes, 3rd and 4th, if I'm on, I just had it. They are going to, the Korean companies have stepped up and we've had some sponsors, so they will have, here it is, I'm sorry, they'll be here, they will arrive on Tuesday the 3rd and they'll stay through Thursday the 5th. And so there will be a dinner just with council and Lawrence Tech is sponsoring that. We are also going to have dinner with some business Korean people at gastronomy. The Korean Cultural Center is hosting another night. They are visiting Providence Hospital, Lawrence Tech, and Southfield Public Schools. And they are...
How about Neutral Garden?
We talked about that, yes, but the Korean Center wanted to host it at their center. We thought that would be the best thing, yeah. Very
Maybe they want to come to America and eat the Western food.
So, you know, after we do that and we talk to them, you know, then we should start planning with who wants to go to Korea the next year. And they're paying their own travel, but if we go, they will put us up and feed us the same way we're doing them. So.
Wonderful.
Has the Korean church been involved in this at all?
Yes, we did contact Yes, Leanne, yeah. Leanne, no, the city's not paying for it.
Well, you said they would, if we went there, they would do the same process.
Right, they're paying their own airfare, and we have gotten sponsors and donors to pay for their hotel and food and transportation. Out of here. And so the same thing for us, we would pay our air, and then they would pay for it.
Excellent update. All right, we're ready to return, right?
Yes.
Oh.
I was gonna say, make sure everybody